Hello and good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for joining in. This is yet another day at India Science Festival, India's largest virtual celebration of science. My name is Shruti Sundaresan, and on behalf of the entire team at ISF Vast India, I welcome you all to this massive celebration of science. It's been a very wonderful week for us. We are already halfway through our festival, and we've had some very, very exciting talks, panel discussions, workshops, contests, and competitions. And of course, here's hoping that the next half of the festival is equally fascinating and intriguing for all of our attendees. Just like to take a quick moment to thank our back-end moderators, Rupsi and Shubh, for today. They'll be relaying all the excitement to you live on social media. So do follow us on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn. I very quickly want to ask our attendees to answer a poll for us. We would love to know a little bit about you. So if you could just go through the polls on your screen right now. We just have 3 questions for you. And the first question is, can you tell us a little about yourself? The second question is, what background do you best identify with? And the last question is, have you ever attended any of our events in the previous years? This is the 3rd edition of the festival. And while we would have really loved to celebrate with you in an offline on-ground setting, we'll have to make the best of what we have in the pandemic. And that's why we're online with our festival. And this is a virtual celebration of science. And of course, we'll make the best of what we have. Just take a minute and look at the poll results. Request everyone to very quickly put in the results so that we can have a look. Of course, a lot of our attendees are joining us from YouTube. We're live on our YouTube channel as well. And just wait for everyone to answer the poll. All right, let me end the poll and show you the answers on your screens. So, maximum percentage of our attendees are undergraduate students. Some are school students, some are postgrad students, very few PhD and postdoc students with us at the festival today. 11% of our attendees are professionals working in the industry. 5% are from either arts or humanities. And what background do our attendees best identify with? 47% is from the engineering background, 21% from the life sciences or biological sciences background, and 11% from the science communication background, and 21% from the education background. That's wonderful. So in whether our attendees have attended our events the previous years, 95% have said that this is the first time that they're attending India Science Festival, while 5% have said that no, so 95% have said that this is the first time that they're attending ISF, and 5% have already been there with us, which is fantastic. Hello and welcome to all the newcomers, and welcome back to everyone who's joined us from the previous years too. It's really lovely to have everybody at the festival here. And of course, for all our new attendees, I'd just like to tell you all that India Science Festival is a flagship event under the science communication vertical of FAST India. ISF aims to celebrate science and connect young people and the general public with scientists, researchers, science communicators, industry professionals, and innovators. We are very, very excited to welcome our first speaker of the day, who is going to be talking to us about a very, very pertinent topic. This talk is going to be all about 5G communications, and we're going to answer the question, is this the future of communications? What is the future of communications? With that, I would request Professor Muhammad Ali Imran, who's joining us all the way from Glasgow, to kindly turn on his screen. A very quick introduction of our speaker here today. Professor Imran is the Professor of Communication Systems at the Dean University of Glasgow, UESTC at the University of Glasgow. He's already delivered a TED talk on 5G communications, and we'll be linking it in the chat. So any of you interested in checking out his talk, please do click on the link that we flashed in the chat, and he's going to be talking to us about 5G. So Professor, without any further ado, thank you so much for joining in, and the stage is all yours. Of course, we'd just like to tell our attendees that we'll be taking questions towards the end of the talk. So if you have any queries, put it in the Q&A tab and we'll relay them to our speaker. Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Shruti. If you could enable me to share a screen. It was enabled before. Yes, I can't share the screen.
It says that you can. Let me just...
You cannot start a screen share while the other participant is sharing.
Right. Can you check now?
Yes, I can now. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to reach such a wide audience and share my research as well as my ideas and vision about the future of communication system. Is 5G or its follow-on generation, the work on which has already started, 6G, a game changer? What can it do for us as a society? How we can benefit from this technology to change our lives and the ways how we do a lot of things in our lives? Thank you for your introduction. Just briefly highlighting, I am also a member of the Scotland 5G Centre and principal investigator for the urban testbed that Scotland 5G Centre has deployed in Scotland. And I am head of communication sensing and imaging research group at University of Glasgow, which has around 110 researchers, including PhD students, working on the advancement of communication technologies. I come from University of Glasgow, so a very brief introduction about the university is in place as well. It's world's fourth oldest English-speaking university. And it was founded in 1451, and it's one of the top 100 universities in University World Rankings. And it's very proud to have produced the giants in engineering, like Lord Rankin, James Watt, and many other scientists. So it makes our job as current researchers in University of Glasgow very challenging to follow in the footsteps of these great giants. As a university, we have made great contributions towards 5G, especially in the nation of Scotland and more widely in the United Kingdom. And Scotland's 5G policy was announced by the First Minister of Scotland in our labs. We have also contributed to other development of 5G technology across not just UK, but the globe as well. So what is 5G? So a question many people ask, what is 5G? So if you want to understand, it's definitely a faster, more efficient, and better wireless or mobile connectivity service. So people are aware, have been using 3G, and many people are lucky to be using 4G now. And if you just take an example of how long would it take to download the 2-hour long Guardians of the Galaxy video. So with 3G, it would take more than a day. With 4G, it takes just 6 minutes. And with 5G, it will take less than what it takes to blink your eye. So that's in short what 5G is. Will 6G be making it even faster? Do we need to make it even faster? The answer is no. Speed is good enough now. Even 6 minutes was fine. If someone wants to download a video, they cannot watch it in 6 minutes. So they can wait for 6 minutes, right? So the challenge here is not just increasing the speed, but 5G is more than just a speed. And that's important to understand. So what else it can do for us? First of all, 5G also overcomes some limitations of 3G and 4G in terms of how many devices can be connected per unit area simultaneously. And this is important. Why this is important? Because so far we have been very keen on connecting people only. People used to have mobile phone. At max, they would have 3-4 devices, a wearable watch, as well as a mobile phone and so on. But in future, we want to allow for any hardware to be connected to the internet. And there could be good reasons for that. So simple example, which many people are already seeing in their lives, is connecting your household appliances or your lights. And you can then control them through internet while you're away anywhere in the world, right? So this requires a lot of devices requiring simultaneous and live connection with the mobile or wireless network. That's called massive IoT, Internet of Things. So that's one other aspect that 5G tries to enhance from the previous generations. More devices can be connected simultaneously in any given square area, unit area. The other important aspect is to reduce the latency of communication. And latency can be understood for those people who have either experienced online gaming or who have, for example, in the past, experienced those extreme latency examples when people used to communicate using voice over IP. So Skype, when it came very early in the beginning of this century, the communication over Skype was always terrible. People were spending a lot of time in just asking each other, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Not. Because of the delay in how your voice reaches the destination, it was very difficult to have real-time conversations. So now the problem is not that acute, but there are still applications like online gaming or like controlling some mission critical infrastructure from a remote location, which is still dependent and sensitive to latencies of even several hundreds of milliseconds. So we have to bring down this latency to tens of milliseconds. So that's another aspect. So these aspects are hidden from a normal end user of the technology, but these are very important to enable some new use cases, as I will explain today. So will 5G will be the final generation? The answer is again no, because there is a lot of work. 5G has now been standardized and it's now being deployed across the globe. So there is further requirement to develop it and fine-tune it further. That's why work in research and development has already started for the next generation of technology, which is 6G, which will increase several other aspects of wireless connectivity. So there is a very popular and very well-cited speculative study of 6G, and I have been lucky to be a contributor to this study. So I will highlight very few salient points about what 6G will do, which currently is not possible with the current system. And one of the most interesting things that 6G will enable us is to communicate our senses. So far, with wireless communication or with any communication, the senses that we have focused on communicating include my voice, video, right? And this has been gradually improving. So previously, for example, voice was okay, but music could not be communicated over a telephone line with high fidelity. Now it can be. With video as well, previously video was of very low quality. Now you can communicate 4K, high definition video. And even now we are moving where we can now communicate 3-dimensional video streams over the internet or over even a wireless link. So these two senses, we are very well accustomed to being communicated over a distance and being reproduced using the current existing engineering solutions. Now we are going beyond that. So one of the immediate other sense that we want to now communicate is touch. And why touch is important? Because if someone is controlling something from a distance, they want to feel the texture and they want to get some tactile or pressure feedback of how that physical thing is being controlled. So touch will be the next sense that needs to be effectively communicated over long distances. And that will maybe follow on with taste and smell. But taste and smell are very much linked together. You can even create a perception of taste by generating the right smells. This is fascinating, but an important aspect to cover. Now, how do we do that? So in our research group and across the globe, we are promoting this kind of balanced research approach. This is slightly technical, but I'm sure everyone will understand, even if they don't have technical background. That survey that was done just before this presentation was very useful for me as well to understand who are the audience. So this is called a technology readiness level scale. So TRL1 means something which is a blue sky idea, right? For example, time travel, right? I have to work on it. I have to even physically, mathematically prove is it possible or not possible. So these are technology readiness level 1. Unique blue sky idea, which is not ready to be physically deployed and commercially exploited. At the other extreme is TRL9, where ideas are commercially deployable and exploitable. Companies are using it to make money. So the job of the researchers is to do a very balanced approach of fundamental research to generate new ideas, to prove that they can work, and also help industry to move these ideas from TRL1 to TRL9. So that's what we do in our research group. We work on fundamentals in 5G area, for example, proving that self-organized networking, a human-less management of wireless controlled systems is possible, how we can run those networks at very low energy cost using solar panels even, and how we can achieve the capacity limits that theory defines. And at the same time, we are developing tests and trial, working jointly and collaboratively with industrial partners, optimize the system and commercialize those ideas. And that is reflected in our citations as well, which do not just come from academic institutions, but also from industrial partners as well. Our main innovation in enabling 5G, and not just enabling it, but allowing it to reach the rural and far-fetched areas as well, is to reduce the operating cost and the capital expenditure to deploy a 5G network. And how we do that, we make it free of requirement of a human expert to run, configure, optimize, and heal the network. This is called a self-organized networking. It has artificial intelligence inspired by human experience as well as networks experience in order to run it independent of or minimize human intervention. We also, using this technology, we also enable a lot of other use cases which are interesting for many people in their day-to-day life. And I will go through some of them in more detail as they come along during the presentation. We don't just generate those ideas, and we don't just try theoretical formulations and simulations to show that these ideas work. We have been lucky to have some funding from the Scotland 5G Centre, the Scottish government, to deploy a live outdoor urban test network using state-of-the-art 5G technology to develop these use cases and deploy them on a campus. And what would be a better example of a small or smart city than a living campus like University of Glasgow, where not just students live or use the estates and facilities, but it's a permeable campus where everyday users, commuters, walkers, they go through the network, they go through the campus. It's integrated into city infrastructure, west end of the city of Glasgow. So what are the use cases that we look? So important one is evaluation or surveillance of people as well as infrastructure for security. And that has to be done nowadays with fixed CCTV cameras. But in future, it will be done with mobile CCTV cameras. Even people who are riding bicycles and wearing a webcam, which is connected to the internet, will become part of a sensing device for surveillance. And this requires a lot of further development in order to enable low latency, high throughput mobile connectivity. Augmented reality and virtual reality can transform how the education, training, as well as communication of information can be enhanced. Connected health devices. So a lot of people wearing healthcare devices, but we are also looking at how we can move away from the need to wear those devices. Can we do it remotely without any wearable device? Enhancing the security of the Internet of Things. So these bulbs, everything that is now living with me in my house has to be secure and privacy preserved. Pop-up network is a use case where in response to a disaster or for managing a large event like India Science Festival, for example, when it is being organized in a open location, how to provide pop-up digital connectivity for these kind of events. Wireless control, how we can control robotic arms and other devices from a remote distance so that people can dispense of their skilled jobs from a distance. And finally, vehicles to be connected to anything. This is in short called V2X, vehicle to anything. And the main idea is in future, these vehicles, many of them, they will be driverless, or others will be relying on a lot of information which is coming through these connected infrastructure onto the vehicle. And each one of them we are doing with certain world leaders or industrial partners, as well as we are doing a lot of fundamental research on different technologies which enable them. And there are a lot of acronyms, and I wouldn't confuse the audience with those acronyms. What is sufficient to say here is that these are those fundamental engineering technologies which work on different layers of communication infrastructure to enable these exciting use cases for future. So let's very briefly visit some of these use cases. So in future, there will be technology that will be able to provide your health vitals information, for example, your breathing rate, your pulse, and many other things, without you requiring to wear things. Why we are so much against wearing different devices? Because people forget about them, and some, they do not really want to wear them. And some are in that old age where it's impossible for them to keep remembering that they have to wear these healthcare devices. And this goes beyond that. So for example, it not only monitors your micro activities, but it can also monitor your macro activities as well. I'm sure there will be a question about privacy preservation. I can answer it then, but it is sufficient to say that this will all be done while your privacy is preserved using technology again. There is a huge potential of using augmented reality and virtual reality to enhance anyone's workspace or experience during large events or during visits to different places. Virtual reality can also be used to open up specialized lab facilities that some rich universities are lucky to have, to be accessed by people anywhere in the world for their training and for their access. And then healthcare is being transformed using this technology from a proactive healthcare, where we contact a doctor when something gets wrong, to a reactive healthcare, where we are actually reacting to some situation, to a proactive healthcare, where technology is actually monitoring us. And technology can identify any early onset of different unwanted conditions. And it can then alert the medical health authorities in advance, and they can then take an early action which has a better chance for recovering from that disease. So this is the proactive or future-looking healthcare system. So we are working on moving from this reactive to a future proactive healthcare technology. Then I have already said enough about why people sometimes don't want to have wearable devices. They are intrusive, they require continuous wearing. Sometimes they are invasive as well. So for example, they invade your privacy. So intrusive because some of them, they have to be mounted physically in your body with a small incision or that kind of process as well. So this raises privacy concerns, this raises environmental constraints, and it has much higher cost as well. So we are moving towards this contactless mechanism, difficult to explain, but what is sufficient to say is, just like sometimes we can predict what's happening in a room just by looking at shadows moving on the walls, just like that with wireless signals as well, you can predict what's happening in the room just by visualizing what changes are happening in the channel state quality or channel state information in that room due to the movement of people, or even subtle movements of, for example, when I'm breathing, this creates some subtle changes in wireless channel quality. If we can detect them, and if we can correlate them with the activity happening in the room, then we can enable ourselves to monitor people without installing a new hardware or equipment in their houses. This is really useful because even if we are not doing it for a positive purpose, people might try to do it for any negative reason. So we have to make sure that this technology is used in a privacy preserved, secure, and reliable manner. So there is a roadmap to achieve this vision in either 5G or in 6G technology. So we started with a single subject activity monitoring, which we have achieved, single subject vitals monitoring, micro activity monitoring, which we have also achieved not only in the lab, but in some real life settings as well. But the important step is now to go to multi-subject activity monitoring for macro activities, and then multi-subject activity monitoring for micro activities. And all of this is actually an ongoing work, gradually moving away from the lab into a real world scenario. And we can monitor now people's standing up, sitting down postures, as well as their heartbeat and other health vitals as well. And this is a snapshot of live lab-based living setup, where we have achieved it for multiple subjects as well. As you can see, 4 people sitting here, their health vitals can be monitored using a Glasgow-based, USRP-based transmitter and a receiver. And in order to focus on multiple subjects, another great innovation that is happening across the globe for future is reconfigurable intelligent surfaces. And these reconfigurable intelligent surfaces modify the capability of any surface around you, for example, your walls, your ceilings, even your carpet floor, how they behave in response to any impinging wireless or RF energy on them. And if we can control them, we can control the wireless channel in favor of good quality wireless communication. So far, our whole focus has been on improving the transmitter or improving the receiver in its performance. Now we are going one step further and try to control something which previously was just taken as an input that we have to live with. So this is another innovation. And in the lab, we have demonstrated that using this technology, we can not only focus on a specific subject at a time and improve the health monitoring of that subject. But at the same time, what we can do is if we have control over the channel and we can focus energy from one point to the other point, we can also monitor multiple people simultaneously in the room by changing our focus from one to the other in a time scheduled manner. So this is just a simple example of the results. If our intelligent reconfigurable surface is switched off, as you can even see on this data, that it's very difficult even for human eye to tell what is the difference between sitting, standing, and walking. Some slight difference I can see with my naked eye about walking, but it's very, very subtle difference. So if you use without IRS, if you use our wireless sensing technology, you can see a confusion matrix which tells us like how much we are confident in discovering the sitting posture while actually the person is sitting. And if you look at the success rate is very, very crude, very, very bad. So random accuracy reaches around 50%, which is similar to like just tossing a coin. With intelligent reflective surface switched on, even naked eye can see significant difference between sitting, standing, and walking wireless channel state information profile. And if we do a more serious analysis of this, and we can see that we have a perfect confusion matrix. Perfect confusion matrix means there is no confusion at all. So random accuracy reaches 100%. So we always detect the right posture using this technology. This work has been published significantly across very well respected, esteemed international journals and presented in different conferences as well. However, the work goes on, and I mentioned about privacy preservation. So we are working on ensuring that all this is done in a privacy preserved manner. So what this entails is that you can use a technology like blockchain or other mechanisms which ensure that only the information that the person wants to share is shared with only those people who really need that information. So having that kind of infrastructure ensures that no one misuses our data. The second side application is we can use passive RFID technology to monitor people's occupancy of different desks. And this is very powerful for future workspaces, where after COVID pandemic, people have even now become a bit more convinced that workspace can be utilized more efficiently if we are following a hot desking model rather than allocated desk, because not everyone is occupying a desk 24/7. So if we are using a hot desking model, it's important for people to know before they leave their home towards their office that what space is available, how much space is available. So this technology can provide them this information using massive machine type connectivity use case of 5G and in future 6G as well. We have also done work jointly with our partners in University of Surrey and University of Malaya in Malaysia on developing technology which can be deployed at a very short notice without any pre-planning in order to combat disasters. Disasters can be man-made, disasters can be natural disasters, and what we need as soon as disaster happens, what we need the most is ability to connect in order to, for example, ask for help or health authorities to inform people what is safest thing to do. However, the first thing that we lose is the digital connectivity whenever a disaster happens. So how to reinstate this digital connectivity as soon as a disaster happens? And there are technological advancements, like I mentioned one, self-organized networking. You don't need planning. There is artificial intelligence in the network, which guides some radios or mobile systems which are mounted on drones to let the drones know where should they position themselves, which will maximize the coverage, which will also maximize the lifespan of that emergency response network. And one such network we demonstrated, funded by Global Challenges Research Fund and with the help of our partners in University of Surrey, Kingston University in London, and University of Malaya. Another significant demonstration we have made is how we can control robotics from a remote distance in order to do some useful work. For example, we have demonstrated that some students in University of Glasgow and some staff in University of Glasgow were able to connect to a robotic arm in China in order to do a laboratory experiment in China. So robotic arm was able to set up electronic components on a breadboard and then set up the measuring equipment on the breadboard as well in order to take measurements and do the experiment. This requires reliability, safety, security, and as I mentioned before, low latency. Otherwise, you cannot do a live manual or live control of that robotic arm. We are also working on creating a clinic on the wheels concept, where a car or a large vehicle is connected via 5G, and all the medical equipment on that vehicle is also connected via 5G. And this vehicle can then travel across very remote areas of Scotland, the Highlands and Islands, as well as other areas, villages and other areas, where the health facility is not at par with its urban counterparts. So the solution works very well because whatever measurements or readings are taken, they could be directly transmitted onto the healthcare system, and the experience of the user is just as if they are visiting a large hospital in an urban city center. As I mentioned, virtual reality has enabled people to be able to access facilities which are very, very unique, not easily available, very expensive to recreate. So in this simple demo, First Minister of Scotland was in Edinburgh, and she was able to connect to a very specialized facility we have in University of Glasgow called James Watt Nano Fabrication Center in Glasgow, where even to enter a nano lab, which is a clean room facility, you have to take a specific measure. So we cannot bring a lot of students or trainees into that lab physically, but we can open up that lab for them using virtual reality and digital connectivity to access it anytime across the year. And we have a vision and ambition for wider contribution. We are accelerating the business-driven 5G uptake across not just UK, but across the globe. We have contributed to policy and technology hubs at international stage, business ecosystems with working with mobile network operators, as well as other stakeholders like vending equipment provider and so on. And then finally, developing new sensing and monitoring use cases, because I believe in future, 6G and follow-on technology generations of wireless connectivity, communication and sensing will merge together as a combined requirement to be delivered by using RF and wireless connectivity. And this has been very widely covered across the globe in multiple national outlets. And then we have also taken it as our ambition to reach to much wider community through technical books, as well as events where we invite people across the globe to come and share ideas, just like you have done this wonderful event and giving us the platform to share our ideas and research directions. We are organizing international events in order to continue this mission. And with this, I stop here and let people ask questions, which is the more interesting part of this engagement and session. With a thanks to all my team and all my colleagues who have contributed to all these outputs and achievements. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. It was a lovely talk and very succinct, I must say, very to the point, and the slides were also very engaging. And this is such an important, very pertinent topic, and I can see from the kind of questions that we've received that the audience is very eager to quiz you. So here goes. Do you mind stopping sharing your screen? Yeah, there we go. All right, great. So the first question that we have here is, obviously, there's a lot of talk about the kind of impact 5G has on health and wildlife, and so on and so forth. So, can we limit the use of 5G to only certain areas because of the kind of negative effect that it can have on wildlife? Is the first question.
So, first of all, the negative impact on wildlife needs to be proven, right? So, there is a lot of myth and less of the science. But I would say one thing about this. I am not a blind supporter of any technology. So, of course, just because I work in 5G, I don't have any commercial or vested interest in 5G. I'm a researcher, right? So what I would say is not driven by any commercial interest. But I would give you one example, right? So 5G, of course, those who work in 5G or anything in wireless communication know that it works through radio frequencies and electromagnetic radiation. Even visible light is electromagnetic radiation. Visible light is also used for communication, even now for advanced communication techniques. And even visible light is dangerous for you if you expose your skin too much to the sunlight without any protection. You go to a beach, you expose yourself, you are in danger. Your skin is in danger. Just like that, any RF technology, any RF radiation can be dangerous, no question about it, right? But how do we safeguard ourselves from visible light dangers? We control the exposure, not just the time, but the amount of exposure as well, right? So same thing is happening with 4G, has been happening with 3G and 2G as well. There are standardization bodies which put restrictions on any network designer, how much radiation it can produce and at what level. So if there is a mobile base station that can produce higher amount of radiation, but it has to create an exclusion zone around it so that no living object or, for example, even a tree or branch or plant does not come within that exclusion zone, right? So out of that exclusion zone, science has proven that the level of radiation is safe enough, right? So we have to believe in science or we have to prove it otherwise, right? So my answer to that one is there are IITNIP and other standards which are there to safeguard human health as well as the wildlife health and safety. So if we are following, that's definitely important that these standards are actually implemented as well. And someone is there to ensure that these standards are implemented. So second point is, do we want 5G to be everywhere? Okay, not necessarily, right? So every inch of the world does not have to be covered by 5G, and it will not happen very soon because 3G, 4G are legacy technologies and they will not be wiped out by 5G in few years or months. So they will coexist. 5G will start from city centers or even remote locations in rural areas where it is needed for specific use case applications.
That's actually such an interesting takeaway that 5G is not going to wipe out the existing 3G, 4G technologies. They have scope for coexisting. And that's very interesting to know. Okay, so the next question that we have here is to do with IoT and of course, a very pertinent topic too. So can you tell us a little about the use of IoT in the field of medicine?
So in the field of medicine, all the sensors are things. They're non-living things, right? So if we can connect all these sensors, the usefulness of that data and the clarity of that data is much better. So there are less chances of storing the data than transferring the data from one place to the other by wrong labeling or by misnaming some files. That data can be not as relevant and as safe as the data will be if it is connected wirelessly in a live manner, right? So in order to connect all those sensors, so those sensors could be my wearable watch that I'm wearing, it could be my wearable ECG device or something in my cufflink or in my collar, which can pick up some signals from my health. If they are wirelessly connected, they create an internet of things, including these things, right? So connecting them wirelessly through the internet has another added advantage, which is it will not go to a local device for saving. It will go to the internet and immediately it's accessible to my healthcare professionals, someone who is helping and monitoring my health as a nurse. So everything goes there and they can see that using a app on their mobile or on a desktop monitoring equipment as well. So that's why it's important to connect devices to the internet, not just connect them wirelessly, right? So that will be IoT for health, right? So Internet of Things for health. IoT is a more general concept. In addition to health, it's also used for automating homes, automating factories, automating your street lights and things like that. Just connecting those CCTV cameras that I showed is also an example of Internet of Things.
Well, thank you so much for answering that. Let's talk about the next question that we have here. So a very important question: with the kind of geographical diversity that we have in a country like India, how successful would we be in implementing 5G in every part of the country? And that's such an important question in terms of accessibility. How would that happen?
Indeed. And I am very lucky and that one of the first paper I wrote when 5G was being developed was actually addressing this concept of concern. And I raised a question. The title of the paper was, will 5G miss its blind side, right? And do the same mistake which, for example, 4G and 3G has done by just focusing on urban use cases, right? Because a lot of use cases, especially from the point of view of IoT, are very relevant to rural communities. For example, monitoring farms, or monitoring cattle and livestock, right? It's not just human health that IoT can monitor, it's cattle health as well, or farm health, plant health as well, that can be monitored using these connected devices. So, and I haven't just written that paper and forgot about it. I was very active in, at least in our own country where I live now, to ensure that 5G reaches urban communities as well as the rural communities, which, for example, as I showed some examples, might actually benefit more than the urban communities from this technology. And for that, we have been doing a lot of work on overcoming digital divide, because I also believe that this is the divide which is mother of many other unwanted divides, like education divide, like healthcare divide, and so on. So overcoming digital divide requires 5G or better connectivity services, 4G plus or whatever is more suitable, to reach everyone without their geographical location. And there are technological solutions or enablers to do that, reducing the cost of deployment, reducing the cost of maintenance, reducing the cost of how much energy it will need to run, and training local people to be able to run those networks without having a very qualified communication or networking degree, right? So all of this is done using technologies like self-organized networking, energy efficient equipment and infrastructure, and providing fiber connectivity for the core network of 5G in rural locations. Or, for example, using mainland to even provide coverage to the adjoining or close by islands and highlands in Scotland. And as a demonstration how successful Scotland has been in keeping its promise of overcoming digital divide is that 5G was switched on in a very remote location of the world called Orkney Islands, even before it was switched on in Glasgow and Edinburgh. So this is possible, and this is important as well. However, mobile network operators will not have a business use case to deploy it in rural areas before the urban city centers. So the governments as well as local bodies have to come and develop a toolkit or technology enablers or incentives so that this is done in the right way.
Understood. Thank you so much, Professor. Let's address the next question that we have here. So a very interesting point here. What components of 4G are being reused in 5G? Given the same spectrum availability, how is 5G actually better than 4G? And is 5G being used in underground deployment or mines?
Okay, so very interesting question, and a lot of it is being reused. That's the short answer. But spectrum-wise as well, we are reusing some of the spectrum that was dedicated for 3G, 4G. But 5G opens up a new real estate for spectrum, which is millimeter wave basebands. So there, 5G can use very narrow beam, short range, you can say, relatively short range communication as well. 5G also enables in that frequency band possibility of having various antennas on the same mobile base station, as well as various antennas on a mobile device. And when we have more than one antenna, it helps in improving the communication quality, because a very simple way to understand that it is brings in diversity in the channel, right? So if one antenna to antenna link is not performing well, maybe the other antenna to antenna link would still provide us good wireless connectivity. So millimeter wave band has opened up new frequency bands. 5G still uses the same physical layer technology like OFDM and other techniques. However, it does provide some significant improvements in energy efficiency of the system, the hardware design of those devices, the infrastructure protocol of how different entities in cellular network actually talk to one another to create new connections. And these things have been improved significantly in 5G. And these things have been improved in order to provide lower latency of the connection, as I've highlighted, and to create capability of accommodating more simultaneous connections than 4G could. Right? And as a side consequence, by opening up more bandwidth and spectrum, the amount of data and the speed at which this amount of data can be transferred has also improved in 5G.
Thank you so much, Professor. Let's move on to the next question that we have here. And we have picked it up off Twitter. So are scientists actively working on the ethical implications of what technology is doing to society in the coming years? And how relevant how much time and resources are you also in your lab, along with your colleagues, investing in thinking about the ethics associated with IoT, AI, communications, and so on?
Again, a very, very important and pertinent question to this discussion. And first of all, as a research scientist, I work in engineering. Even though I work in engineering, nothing is above ethical approvals or ethical requirements. So just to give you an example, if we are doing contact tracing experiments and it involves any humans, even if they are students of our own lab, we have to get it through ethical approvals from ethics committee at university and sometimes even beyond. If we are generating any data and then we are sharing that data, even though if we have anonymized the data and we have removed the connection between names and the data associated with that name, even if that connection is removed, we do not publish, and we cannot publish it without ethical approvals. Then the other aspect, this is ethical approvals or ethical considerations for doing research. But beyond that, ethical considerations for creating technology. What will be ethical downsides of creating a technology which can monitor people's health? Of course, there is a big downside. That technology can be used for monitoring people themselves as well, right? So again, we go through ethical approvals, what technology can do. We are not going to the extremes of changing anyone's genetic makeup, but if we are developing technology which can monitor them 24/7, there could be ethical implications. So we do go through that process. And in order to understand those implications and policy implications better, we do work with our colleagues in social sciences and in School of Adam Smith Business School in University of Glasgow and across the globe as well, who are more expert in identifying and you can say, more scientifically studying those ethical frameworks which will be more suitable for these technologies to mature. So it's teamwork. I look after the engineering, but not neglecting or having a blind side to ethics, right? But at the same time, I work closely with my colleagues in social sciences across the globe to look more carefully at ethical implications of all these technologies. Someone has mentioned artificial intelligence as well. So of course, there are ethical implications of that. But at least I can say, I'm not sure, it might be a question afterwards, but I can say very briefly that AI is not a threat to our own jobs. Humans have a gifted ability to do creative thinking. Their intelligence goes beyond that. Artificial intelligence is just like computers, and computing has never got rid of humans to do the job. It just helps them to do it more efficiently. So same thing with AI as well.
It was incredibly insightful, Professor. Really insightful answer there. So the next question is also very interesting. How do you think 5G has any implications in climate change? Do you think it will be useful in our battle against climate change?
Indeed, it has a huge potential, and the potential comes with two-pronged, you can say, opportunity. So one of them is the mobile connectivity, mobile communication, and ICT in general is creating not very significant, but sizable, you can say, or noticeable contribution to carbon footprint, right? So around 4%, say, for example, right? Although the rest of the 96% is coming from other areas. But the powerful thing is that ICT has a potential or capability to influence that other 96% as well. And this conference happening now is one example, right? So if, for example, we were not using information technology and this Zoom connectivity, I may have flown down to Delhi, right? So that would have created a much higher carbon footprint. So that carbon footprint saving has occurred because of this opportunity of having this digital connectivity, right? So in future as well, 5G and digital connectivity in general has a huge potential to reduce travel, for example. But even if you go beyond that, wireless communication and digital connectivity provides us an opportunity to monitor people's energy behavior and provide them some feedback about how they can improve their energy behavior in short term as well as long term. And that is the only way to overcome the challenge of net zero emissions, because everyone has to play a part and their role in achieving this very, very big ambition. It's not achieved just by reducing our emissions. Some of the developing nations need to do those emissions to develop, right? It's their chance and their turn to develop. So they should continue doing that. But at the same time, they should see where we can have a positive contribution to either offset carbon or to change our energy behavior so that we are wasteful in using energy. We should reduce that waste.
Thank you so much, Professor. Let's move on to the next question that we have over here. And we'll also be mindful of the time, maybe last few questions now, because the 1 hour has really sped by before we got to know. So the next question that we have here is, do you think that the implementation of 5G is being rushed right now? Many modern flagship chipsets with 5G modems are having serious heating issues. That's very specific. But would you say that the implementation is being rushed?
I would say that there is always a rush when a new technology comes in the market and people want to be. So this rush is driven by the desire to be the first to do something, right? And this is not being rushed forcefully by anyone. This is being driven by market trends, right? And pandemic has not been very helpful. There have been delays and people have been trying to catch up. Usually these cellular technologies work on a decade scale, right? So, and they're very well timed with the definition of the decade as well. So 2020 to 2030 would be a decade of 5G, and people wanted to be coming up with solutions at the beginning of 2020, despite the pandemic also hit us at the beginning of the 2020. So they were delayed by 1 or 2 years, but after that, whatever came, we have to keep in mind that there were disruptions to all these fabs and factories across the globe, because of pandemic. And I think if there are any issues which have been detected, in some cases they have been detected, even in 4G, there were phones which caught fire on flights, right? So this has happened with 4G as well, not just 5G. So there is still a way to correct it at the moment. But it's a market-driven thing. No one has pushed them to develop products and deploy them at an early stage.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, the competition that exists in the market seems to be the reason why we might have you know, the push for 5G to just come out in the market might be more competitive than required. Okay, so the next question is also very interesting. Apart from governments and universities working on 5G, are there any big companies, say industry driven, which are involved in bringing this technology to everyone? And could you share some light on this thing?
Yes, indeed. So large companies are all working, all big vendors. I would avoid naming them. So I work with all of them nearly, right? So that's why naming some of them and then missing someone else might be a problem. But everyone, if you pick up your phone and read the name of the vendor, these are the companies which have been pushing it just because there is a huge commercial opportunity here, right? So 5G is making digital connectivity as a critical service in our daily lives, right? It's very quickly becoming just like water, food, shelter, and digital connectivity, right? So many people cannot imagine now living without digital connectivity. The first concern while going on a vacation, leave, or holiday is how we would have connectivity there, right? So all these things are driving huge commercial opportunity for these large companies. So they are investing heavily in developing the technology, and they are also working with the governments as well as working with academia to you can say steer the direction of development of technology as well as deployment of technology.
Okay, Professor, there's one question that I think we will take up. We'll probably take it up as the last question of the session before concluding. So, can you tell us why is there so much of misinformation that is going around about 5G, 6G? Is there a propaganda behind it? There seems to be so much noise about the negative aspects of 5G, and we really are we are at a loss to understand whether if it's true or half of it is fake news. So, can you shed some light on the same?
I think people who are spreading that fake news and that misinformation about these technologies should pause for a moment and think about it. They are being enabled by these previous versions of exactly these technologies, right? 3G and 4G, to even do this job, right? This misinformation would never be there if we did not have this social media and this ability to tweet things in few seconds and say whatever we want to say without relying on any science behind it, right? So I would say 5G or digital connectivity is a victim of its own success in that sense. They have connected people, they have allowed people to say anything they want, which is very empowering and freeing up a lot of people. But at the same time, now we are facing this challenge that we are producer as well as consumer of information. So quality of information we are getting is because anyone can produce anything, right? And say, oh, this is a fact, and we are consuming it. So I think our responsibility has increased that we should try to tune to the right sources of getting that information. Don't get medical advice from me, and don't get advice about 5G from people who just have some wish list about that technology.
Thank you so much, Professor. That makes a lot of sense. And I mean, we have so many questions in the Q&A box still talking about, the implications of 5G in military, in autonomous navigation. And I only hope we had more time to take questions, but that brings me to my final question of the day. And this is something we ask all of our speakers. So you've been actively talking about 5G in public engagement platforms. And I would love to know what you think about events such as India Science Festival in bringing forth credible science to the masses. What's your take on science communication, and how important do you think such platforms are to bridge the gap between science and society?
I'm very grateful, Shruti, you asked this question because I am really, really fond of those public engagement events where general public can be engaged with ideas about science, right? And I think it provides us as the scientists and researchers an opportunity to train ourselves as well to describe technology, science, and power of this technology and science to general public in terminologies and wordings which is accessible to them as well. And I'm really sorry if I was using at some stage very technical wording on describing something, because this becomes our day-to-day life. This is like we speak this language day to day. It's very difficult to then translate it for you, but I tried my best not to use jargon or too much technical wording. But these science festivals are really, really powerful to inspire the younger generations who have to continue doing this kind of work in future. Because again, because of the social media and because of the digital connectivity solutions that exist nowadays, many people are, or many youngsters are trying to find shortcuts to achieve their goals. They think without studying or without going through this hard training and learning, they would be able to do things. So my message is to those youngsters that if there won't be any innovations to market, you can't market them, right? So don't just focus on soft skills and skills where you will just talk about technology and deliver, market that technology. There won't be anything to market if you don't get inspired and come and develop these technologies.
Thank you so much, Professor. That was a lovely note to end on. And we're so happy that we had the pleasure of hosting you at India Science Festival. And like I mentioned to you earlier, we can only hope that in the coming years, we get to host you in India at a festival that happens on ground in an offline setting where you get to interact and answer all the questions that our attendees have for you. Okay. Very close personal space, and tell them about the wonders of 5G and possibly 6G and possibly 7G in the coming years. So thank you so much for your time. And this is a big thank you from the entire team for sparing your precious time for India Science Festival.
Thank you very much, Shruti, to you as well as all backstage supporters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Everyone, thanks. Bye-bye.
And with that, we have come to the end of the first session of the day. I hope you all had a lovely time, because this event just keeps getting more exciting by the second. The next session that we have is a panel discussion in association with our knowledge partners, the Center for Civil Society. May I please request the panelists and the moderator for the next session to turn on their videos and audio so that our audience has a chance to see you all. This topic is a very, very important one, and it's going to be discussed at India Science Festival with utmost care, and we're going to delve deep into the topic of research funding. And if I could just take a second to introduce the moderator of this session, we have Dr. Chagun, who is going to be moderating this session, and he will obviously introduce all the panelists in detail. But a very quick introduction for Chagun is that he's a senior technical specialist at the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor to the Government of India, and is a public policy professional with a keen focus in S&T related policy priorities, including open science, the impact of emerging technologies, and science diplomacy. Chagun, thank you so much for introducing, for being a part of this session and moderating it. And of course, now I'll leave it to you to introduce all the panelists and take this session further. I'd just like to inform our attendees that you can put in your questions for the panelists in the Q&A box, and we'll take them towards the end of the session. With that, over to you, Chagun.
Thank you so much, Shruti. Am I audible enough? I hope so, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, perfect. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks so much, first of all, for inviting me to moderate this discussion. I mean, with this stellar set of people getting into the conversation related to future of university research funding is something nice for a Sunday evening to pass time. And I'm sure for the next 45 minutes, we will try to get maximum out of this conversation. And then the remaining 15 minutes of this 60-minute session, we'll try to engage with audience as well, if there are any questions. And I saw in the poster, there is also a 16 plus can attend, which means we are trying to keep this conversation as jargons free as possible and as simple as possible so that we can actually engage with younger audiences as well. With that, let me also thank the Center for Civil Society for organizing this session, and the team of Science and Technology Policy at CCS for putting together this session very nicely with the concept note and the theme and everything, and pulling the excellent set of speakers. Without further ado, let me first introduce the topic and then go to introduce the speakers for this session. So the session's theme is about future of research funding for Indian universities. I think it's a very focused topic within the larger set of research policy in the country, which targets as only one sector of research funding within our country in an academic setup. And we might have some deep dive into some aspects of it, I hope. If you feel at any point there are a few things which are not very clear, please feel free to write it in the comment box so that it'll be up here and we'll get it clarified right now and then, and we'll try to have it as free-flowing as possible. To begin with, to discuss this topic and some of the important questions of this theme, we have some institution builders, that's how I want to put it. To begin with, I think we have Professor Shashidhara, Professor and Dean of Ashoka University, Research Dean of Ashoka University. Is also the president of International Union of Biological Sciences, and by many who are here and also in the Indian scientific community is known as an institution builder in itself, and he's been part of many institutions from its inception and trying to set up a new culture of research in many of the Indian scientific institutions and ecosystem. And then we have Dr. Savita Iyer. Dr. Savita is known for pioneering research management in India, and she's been leading the research management initiatives, not just in top tier institutions in India, but also like promoting good practices of research management and research governance at various levels, like from the governance level of policy making till the institutional level of fine tuning some of the issues in research management. We are super glad to have her on this panel to discuss these issues at the institutional research funding at academic level. And we have also Dr. Chandrasekhar Sharma, a professor at IIT Hyderabad. He's also the chair of Indian National Young Academy of Sciences. The reason that we have this composition, I think it's pretty much evident already now. I mean, we have someone who already pushed the button to an extreme in various situations. We have someone who facilitated this in many institutions. And then we have someone who represents the voice of upcoming researchers and the future of Indian science. And with that, I think we have 40 to 45 minutes right now to go into this conversation. And I have like individual questions to begin introductory remarks by each speaker. So to begin with, Professor Sashi, what do you think and who do you think should really fund R&D in academic institutions? Very specifically, who do you really fund R&D in academic institutions?
Okay, good evening to all of you. Thanks, Chagun, for the kind introduction. I'm happy to be here, particularly with Savita and Chandra here, two of our colleagues. So, it's the question about whom to fund. I mean, it's a very simple answer. We should fund everybody who wants to do research, right? I don't know why, there should be a sort of filtering that whom not to fund, right? So there should not be any question of that kind. But I think we also have to put a slightly in a more practical perspective, because that's sort of a more ideological statement, right? In the practical perspective, India has a dichotomy that academic institutions are of three kinds. One is totally, I'm talking only in the higher education sector, obviously, that's where we are talking about research. Totally teaching only places like colleges. There are such kind of colleges elsewhere in the world too. Particularly when we want to compare ourselves with US, one of the large democratic countries where research is, the forefront, even, within the very severe competition from China and Japan, but still US is far ahead from many compared to any other country. And when you compare to US has these liberal arts colleges which are teaching only places. There are hardly any research, but they are in the neighborhood of some of the famous research universities. So in a way, they do get some kind of a what called reflected light of research. The students do benefit because of the neighborhood universities. So in Indian context, the second type of organizations are universities. right? Where undergraduate teaching, or if not undergraduate teaching, most universities in India, mostly for postgraduate teaching, master's level. There are quite a few now, particularly private university, where undergraduate teaching also happens on campus. Amongst the state university, there are few universities like Presidency, Jadavpur, and a few universities like MSU Baroda. Undergraduate teaching also happens on campus. The third category is academic research happens in research institutions, right? Those research institutions are like DBT institutions, DST institutions, CSR institutions, and so forth. India is somewhat unique, so these kind of three categories of organizations there in US as well as in India. India is also unique to have, some of those specialized institutions where undergraduate teaching and research happens. So it's because it's all about, coming, my last sentence supposed to be, the problem of Indian science is not about funding, it's about research management, right? So if you look at that context, the research institutions, they have good research management practices, reasonably better research management practices compared to universities, but they do lack university atmosphere of academic atmosphere, asking innovative questions, open-mindedness, and so forth. Whereas IITs and IISERs are supposed to sort of bridge the two. They have undergraduate program, although IITs focus mostly on engineering subjects and IISERs mostly science subjects, but still they are much more open, very academic. At the same time, they have the research institutions like management practices, right? Not like universities. So in a way, India has these four kind of organizations. Obviously, if you want to practically whom to fund, I would say, first priority would be universities. Second is the research, IITs and IISERs, and third is research institutions. Because to some extent, the funding management can also be made compulsory when you want to fund someone. So when you want to fund research, let's say state universities or central universities, you'll get additional funding under Builder program or FIST program or FIRST program. There are so many schemes of Government of India, but you can insist that you come with better research management practices that we can prioritize. So in a way, that's how you should fund. And because I also made a statement that everybody should be funded, those who want to do research. There are colleges where there are very good faculty who want to do research, but not necessarily very expensive research. They may do field work, they may do mathematical or computational or theoretical work. They may do some surveys or may do meta-analysis of available data, or simply small, biochemical experiment or simple chemical, or physics related experiments. But they can be plugged to nearby universities or research institutions where they can share their Again, here, there are a couple of schemes, both by Department of Science and Technology, as well as recently Ministry of Education. Ministry of Education never really funded research, directly. Recently, they introduced a program called STARS. It started, I think, under some kind of a, someone has pressed the pause button. I think it's funded only once in the last 3 years. That scheme is actually to fund colleges or even small state universities very deep inside remote areas where the faculty can plug themselves into, even within 100, 200 kilometer radius, top quality research institutions or central universities or IISERs or IITs where they can actually get access to facilities on payment basis. So these grants are actually can be used to, make payments for accessing the facilities and so forth. So in a way, in that context, I think India has a variety of interesting schemes to cater to almost everybody in the country. For some reason, we are not managing them well, both at the funding agency level and at the user level.
Okay. I mean, just quickly to summarize, I think everybody needs to be funded, whoever wants to do research. And the nuances, I think, that needs to be debated further. I think that's where we are going to go deeper into the conversations. Now, I'll bring it to Dr. Savita on this. You talked about giving research access to everyone, at the same time, also funding where the research can deliver some research, right? I mean, there is a dilemma there, like access versus funding the performances. People usually think that research management plays post facto role in research governance altogether. This may sound like a jargon, and that's why we have an expert here to de-jargonize it for us. Dr. Savita, what do you think is the importance of research management when it comes to overall research governance in a country like India?
Thank you so much, Shagun. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. It's absolutely lovely to be sharing the stage with all of you and to discuss this very important topic. So, Chagun, I'll just start by talking about, well, maybe a decade ago, I was actually working at the Wellcome Trust in London. That was my experience working at a funding agency. And that experience taught me that, funders are there to support good research, good ideas, good people, right? And, equally, institutions play a very important role in ensuring that those ideas find a destination. So really it's this triumvirate of the funder, the researcher, and the institution who need to come together to build and deliver all of these wonderful innovations that we are seeing in the country today, right? But there is a competitive process for researchers to actually put in their applications for funding, have that vetted by the funding agency and be approved. So hence there is a large amount of knowledge that researchers need to gain in the art of writing proposals, in defending their proposals. So if one is committing to certain strands of work, then that is what guides what happens once the grant is awarded. And that's also where a very significant interplay happens with the institution, because the management of a project involves not just the researcher, but a large number of departments. So there's involvement of the finance team, of HR, of procurement. So really it's something that brings a lot of different kinds of stakeholders together. And so it's absolutely critical that there is excellent governance of the program, not just from the PI perspective, but from the institutional perspective as well. And so I'd say that it actually starts at the point where the PI is writing the proposal, because that concept, not just of the scientific program, but of how that project is likely to evolve over time, what are the kind of resources that are needed, that planning at the so-called pre-award stage would really configure how that project is managed at the post-award stage. So research management is actually a critical element of that success in not just raising and managing funding, but in actually developing a research program.
Sounds perfect. I mean, that's as crisp as possible for us to lead to the next set of conversation, I believe. Taking lead from both the answers for this initial set of questions, Dr. Chandrasekhar, I'm going to ask you to dwell a little deeper into the aspect as part of your introductory remark in terms of the research funding for higher education institutions. Specifically, universities are part of higher education institution system, and Professor Sashi actually tried to show how India is different in terms of having national R&D institutions directly funded by the ministries and departments, and then there are academic institutions which are like teaching mainly, and then research happens. And all put together, I think we as a country spend the national share as a 4% in the overall R&D share, right? 4% of our overall R&D expenditure is going into higher education R&D. Our spending comes from there. As someone who is chairing the Indian National Young Academy of Sciences, how do you see the aspirations are evolving, and where does this match with the funding that goes into research into higher education institutions?
Thanks, Shagun. So first of all, I would like to thank the Center for Civil Society to bring this very important topic for the discussion today. And thanks for inviting me to present my views here. Last 2 years, especially if you see due to the pandemic, the focus has been on the science and technology at all the levels, which is really good sign for the science. So if you want to discuss, or if you want to discuss a broader issue of research funding for the Indian higher educational institutes, R&D institutes, to me, it has multiple aspects. One is, of course, about the funding. Second, what Dr. Savita very clearly mentioned about the post-award management, disbursement, utilization of the funds. And third, which is also equally important, is connecting the science to the society. So, I mean, there is a very common perception among the scientific community researchers, and you can say as a fact also that there is always an inadequate funding, although there are lot many schemes available. While the government, when we see, they always come up with the data that there is always an increased funding, continuous increase in the research funding. But reality, I think, somewhere lies in between. So there is no doubt that there is an overall increase in the funding over the years. But at the same time, this is also a fact that in the last decade, there has been a steady decline in the percentage of GDP which is being invested in the R&D in India. I mean, it's around, I think, 0.84% in 2008 to 0.69% in 2018. So there has been continuously decline. And at the same time, we have seen a large number of new institutes in India, new number of researchers which are coming. So obviously, when we talk about the per researcher funding options, definitely there is a decrease, and that's why there is a perception about it. While at the same time, we compare with the countries like US and China, they invest more than 2% of their GDP in the R&D. So there is absolutely no doubt that we need to increase the funding investment from the government level. Second aspect, which to me is equally, if not more important, was Dr. Savita mentioned, the timely disbursement and the utilization of the research funds. This is where, as a researcher, I have my own experiences also. And the third aspect, as I mentioned, is the connecting science to the society, because when we talk about the more investment in R&D from the government perspective, if as a scientist, if we are able to connect to the society, then it will be always easier for the government to convince, or politically also, to spend more money in the R&D. Otherwise, politically also, it will be difficult to get the desired investment of 2% of the GDP. So it's not just government, but the social responsibility of the scientists also, researchers also, to communicate, connect with the society, so that the perception that the R&D institutes, they are spending money and there is nothing coming out from those institutes, that perception can be changed. So I think we have to look into all these aspects together when we talk about the research funding.
No, it makes absolute sense, Dr. Chandrasekhar. I mean, the introductory remarks, if you want to summarize, I think the research funding in academic institutions, it's currently, it's more like a dispersed puzzle box, where we understand that there are a lot of institutions which have a free flow of money, and there are a lot of institutions which we don't know what's actually happening in terms of their research input as well as the output. And we are trying to bring out changes at various levels of research funding. And if we try to dissect it, this next segment for quick next 5 minutes for a round would be on, let's say, the institutions which are highly neglected so far, if I'm not using a much harsher term here, which is about the state universities, which claim to do research. However, the amount of funding or expenditure for research that they are able to spend is not what actually 10% of what they should be ideally getting. So maybe I'll go around the other way with Dr. Savita. Are there any good practices that you see in state universities for research management, but because of lack of fund, even the good practices doesn't turn out to be a good outcome? Dr. Savita.
Thank you, Chagun. I'll just pick up on one particular point that, well, getting funding is one challenge, but spending that amount of funding is an equally important step, right? So if you look at the structure of a typical grant, then that would involve costs for hiring people, for equipment, for the consumables, maybe for travel and contingencies. These are the standard categories. One big challenge that such universities might face is in actually recruiting and retaining personnel who are going to work on those grants. And if that is a struggle, then the utilization of funds towards the personnel costs throughout the program can be very disrupted. And this is just one example where, not being able to retain the right kind of talent could have an impact. So, in other words, what might be needed is also for, improving, making that institution an attractive place for young people to go and carry out their research programs while addressing all of these other issues of funding. So there are always challenges, and this is just one example.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Savita. Dr. Chandrasekhar, coming back to you again, there are new age institutions, higher education institutions, technical education institutions in India, and you belong to one of them, which is coming up well in ranking both national and international. And you, before taking this role, might have seen a lot of our tier one institutions from the first generation as well. When you see both of them, and then you also see, let's say, state universities, which by governance model itself is quite different, do you see any difference at all in terms of how research funding is trickled down to individual research groups and researchers? And is there any change at all in the past versus the present?
Yeah, see, first thing is we have to understand that as at present, the funding to the state universities is very, very significantly low. And so, I mean, you can think about whether even that funding is properly being utilized or not. But I think that really is insignificant, because we are catering only nearly 1% of the educational institutes in the research. So I think there is a need to increase that participation of the state universities in the research quite proactively. And for doing that, I think the mentorship and that will also bring the right practices from the so-called allied R&D institutes. That is very necessary. If you talk about the new institutes, like you are talking about the new institutes, allied institutes for the R&D, which have started their journey in 10 to 15 years back. They also were mentored by the older institutes for initial 3 to 5 years. So I think if we mentor, if we just think about, there are 23 IITs, 7 IISERs, 40 CSIR labs, national labs. If each one of them is given a responsibility to mentor one state university for next 5 to 10 years time, so that it's not just about training the manpower to write the good proposals, but also how to execute them in a right manner. I think that may bring a very positive change in the overall R&D scenario of the country. So I think this mentorship at all the levels between the new institutes or all the state universities is very important. And this is something we have done. I mean, if we do it in the mission mode, we can really do that. Just want to mention, so in early 2000, India invested hugely in nano mission, in the nanoscience and nanotechnology. And today we are at number 2 in our publications in the nanoscience. So this is something we have done in the past, and we can do it. Of course, it's not just about the mentorship in terms of funding, but also even as Dr. Savita was also mentioning, that it's just, if we talk about a typical project, we have funds for equipment, travel, and all that. We do not have any kind of support for the maintenance of equipment. And that's, if you just talk about a typical project, we get contingency of 50,000 per annum. It's a very standard practice, irrespective of the type of the project. You cannot expect the equipment maintenance in that given. So I think the equipment maintenance has to be brought in, and it has to be really considered as one of the major head in any proposal, so that you can really not only just build the infrastructure, but maintain that R&D infrastructure for the longer time. And that's true even for the university. So even if you now bring the same model to the state universities, I think there will be difficulty. So we need to change the perspective of supporting the R&D projects.
Sounds good, Dr. Chandrasekhar. So before going to Professor Shashi, I'd just like to add one more layer of spice and twist to it, which usually he likes, I believe. So there is this triad of funding versus quality management Dr. Chandrasekhar just talked about. And people ask this blunt question, is increase
Yeah,
The only one losing or everybody is losing it?
yeah, we're all losing
I see. Sorry.
for a
Okay.
bit.
I
Maybe
thought it was my problem.
wait for a minute while
Sure.
he comes back.
So maybe I can add while Chagun, by the time he comes back, maybe
Yeah,
want to add. Just want to highlight what Chandra mentioned. I think this nano mission, the example he gave, I think is really an important example. It now the many colleges, universities, the undergraduate student, postgraduate students thought of research because they could do a small project in their colleges, universities, because there was some funding available and under nano mission. And although they were doing more of a research where many times it were basically told to do certain kind of tests or validation or something, not necessarily all the scientific principles they learned in their time, but at least they developed interest in research. And later they moved to do PhD, and many have become very successful researchers subsequently in all kinds of areas, although their introduction to research through this nano mission. Yeah, sorry, Chagun, you're back.
Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. I think there was a glitch for a minute. So I was trying to add the spice, and the spice was added to the internet itself. So there is this blunt question that people ask all the time about, is it simply enough to increase the funding? Because all the time we say that we invest very less compared to other countries. How about the absorption power? Do we have enough quality human resource here for the sectors that you want to increase the investment on? But then there is also a third angle, which is why we call it triad, like the research infrastructure, which has to be there so that you can attract quality human resource, and then the quality human resource through competitive grants can attract the funding. So there is this cycle between the triad. How do you see this plays around as we moved on from like 4 national science research technology policies? Now we are at the stage we are trying to pole vault rather than do incremental things. So how do you think these 3 triad can work?
Yeah, good point. See, when you talk about absorption power, right? How do you decide, absorption power? Whether you given money and then you couldn't spend the money. If any funding agency says we have kept so much of money we couldn't spend this year, right? Perhaps for 1 year it may happen because of a variety of reasons. They're not so publicized about the funding opportunities. There aren't enough number of applications. Let's say for 3 years you increase the funding by 25% and see whether there is a balance, right? Which you couldn't spend. Then only you will know that there is not enough absorption. Of course, if, for example, from 0.8 to 2%, if you say, one can even think of, do we have enough to absorb? I want to give you one example why we think we have, we can even double it and we have the absorption power. Just look at what happened since the beginning of this pandemic. Now, molecular diagnostics, right? When it coming to that one, it was always considered as a high-end technology in India, where it's almost more than 15 years, molecular diagnostics have entered into small towns in developed countries, right? And in India, it still is not introduced in most hospitals. It is not prescribed by most doctors unless someone is the patient is knowledgeable, patient asks for it. There are some places where there are, molecular diagnostics is there in some big cities like Bangalore, Delhi, and Hyderabad, and so forth. In most tier 2, when you talk about tier 2 towns in India, are already talking about 2 million, 3 million kind of populations, right? We don't have molecular diagnostics, right? We didn't have rather. When COVID started, we had only 2 or 3 places where COVID RT-PCR test. Even in molecular diagnostic, PCR has become somewhat more routine. When it comes to RT-PCR, it is considered as even more advanced technology. Although for someone like me or someone like even Savita during her PhD must have done left and right these kind of experiments for 25 years now. And now we have more than 12,000 diagnostic centers doing COVID testing. And not only we do routinely RT-PCR in colleges, in universities, in medical colleges, I mean, forget about the professional diagnostic labs who started, RT-PCR one, right? Even beyond that, academic places also they're doing it. And the cost, because we produced these kits, indigenously within India, the cost of kits have come down to about, close to about 100 rupees per reaction kind of a thing. So with all added cost, India is offering 400 to 500 rupees per test. And there is hardly any waiting period in India. You whether go to Delhi or Bangalore or go to a small town, you can get your results in less than 24 hours, right? It's not the same in US right now. If you look at it, people have to wait for a long, you just book an appointment to get an RT-PCR test done, you have to pay $150 or something, right? Now, how was this possible? Because there's an undercurrent of science in the country. There's an undercurrent of people quickly learning the technology. And the technology, when they learn, they also know how to use it for research, right? I mean, forget about, again, PCR, RT-PCR for diagnostic. We are talking about absorption power. Most of these people don't have access to a PCR machine in their colleges or universities, or even if many places, research institutions also, they're poor research institutes. Not all research institutes are very rich. The large number of them are suboptimally, funded. For whole flow, there may be one PCR machine kind of a thing, right? And you can't say that, they don't have enough absorption power to buy 10 PCR machines because they don't have enough people to use 10 PCR machines. Now we know that we have people, right? So, I mean, it's just one example. You can give hundreds of such examples. Coming to research, again, let's use the biomedical one. Then India is always considered as a place where infectious disease work has to be strengthened further. It's a land of all kinds of tropical infectious diseases. And considering the population size, we are always suffering. And public health is a public health burden because of infection disease is very high. And is also an economic burden. Economic burden of two kinds, not just simply how much public fund is going for public health, is also how much of productivity of individuals is lost because of infectious diseases, right? So how many BSL-3 facilities we have to work on, right? It's not because we don't have enough people, right? It's simply we never funded that many number of BSL-3 facilities. And now people have felt that, we should have more of these things. We got Delta variant. Someone has to isolate Delta variant and test it, whether the previous infection can protect you against Delta or vaccination can protect you against Delta. Now Omicron. Even today, hardly 3 or 4 places you can test this in a country of 1.5 billion people. You should have at least 100 places we can test because the variants are keep coming. Every variant has to be tested. So people have more confidence to maintain their livelihood when we know that vaccination protects. More people can be quickly vaccinated. And all of these things require good facilities to research, and we have absorption.
No, that's a very interesting point of view. I mean, you just flip the question itself. I mean, there is no question of whether to think that we need to increase the fund, whether we have an absorption capacity. There is an absorption capacity, we just need to increase it. And we will see in the slow phase in the next few years. That's a very interesting point. So thanks so much. Before we move on to, let's say, a final opening up session with the audience, I still have 2 segments to merge it together and pose it, because we are at, let's say, cross junction of unifying our diversity in terms of the funding sources. We have central government majorly funding all of sciences in the country through, let's say, 9 extramural funding agencies, 3 intramural funding departments, only for science I'm mentioning. So, and then state government funds few things here and there, and we don't know the account of state funding in R&D because we don't have proper data collection. So there are a lot of gaps here and there. But in terms of diversity of funding sources, we have central government funding, which is a public funding, state government funding, again, a public funding. We have private funding into R&D activities, which comes into higher education institutions. And also we have foreign direct investment into directly higher education institutions. And then we also have corporate social responsibility and philanthropic funding coming into higher education institutions to do research. When we have such funding diversity, we have multiple angles to think through it. One, let's say from the research management point of view itself, if I begin this segment with Dr. Savita again, how the National Research Foundation that we are looking as a near future reality is going to use the good practices in research management to have these different funding sources to streamline into a coordinated research governance. What are your thoughts on it?
Excellent question, Chagun. Thank you for that. So, yes, it's true that there are a very large number of different potential funding sources from all of these sectors that you mentioned. And so, today, if a researcher wants to apply for funding, then in principle, they can tap into funding from all of those sources. But what that means is that they need to learn to familiarize themselves with the processes, with the expectations, with the management practices that each of these agencies or schemes might require. So that I think requires knowledge that can only be gained over time, and that's not just for the PI; it's for the institution to gain that knowledge as well. Now, if we're looking at a model where a single agency centralizes this or consolidates the different sources of funding, in principle that's a wonderful model, but it's the practical side of this, how this concept is going to be rolled out, that's crucial. Okay, so let's just talk about a few things over here. No, bureaucracy. We've just heard from one of the panelists about the difficulties in funds dispersal, in funds utilization, not knowing when the funds are going to be released, and all of that. Those are realities that we are working with in the Indian system. Now, if we have a single agency, then we really hope that the management practices within the agency are set up extremely well, so that at this large scale particularly, it's all streamlined, it's all effective. So that's one thing I would say, that the management practices at such a funding agency. The second point I'd like to raise is about communication. So I think it's really important for funding agencies to communicate clearly to researchers who are considering applying for funding. What is the scheme about? What are the expectations? What is the evaluation criterion for it? Because these are competitive funding modes. And I can tell you, Chagun, it takes a lot of time and effort to put a grant application package together. So it's really important that if a PI is putting in all of this effort to put the papers together, they must understand what they're working towards. So here the funding agencies can really help by being very clear in their communications. And that doesn't just mean putting out the call on their website, but they could also take an approach like using webinars and interacting with the community, to really explain the funding scheme, answer questions from the audience, and really engage with the community. The other point with the communication I'd also like to raise is the lead time, right? So if it's a single PI putting in a proposal, then there's a reasonable chance that they might still be able to do this within 2 to 3 weeks. But if you look at how the deadlines for different funding schemes are set, particularly for the complex schemes which require a lot of actors to come together, institutional letters of support, agreements to be signed, and all of that kind of work to be done. I think it's a huge ask to expect the PIs and the institutions to do this rapidly within 2 to 3 weeks. So really, the lead time between the agency announcing a particular scheme and the deadline for that scheme, I think that needs to be a bit longer. And using that period to engage through webinars, interactive sessions. Now we have all learned how to use virtual platforms. So using that to engage with potential grant applicants, explaining the expectations of the agency. So I think that is one part of it. The third element, again, it comes down to management, and this is management both at the institution and at the funder. As I've already said, managing any kind of grant funding involves a large number of departments. So if we are hoping to do this at scale, so just take a university, for example, there's so many departments, so many researchers spread across the departments. Use of digital platforms would really help. So using a digital platform that allows transparent and effective communication between stakeholders within the organization rather than hard copy files alone. I think that's really, really important. So having good management practices at the institution, and then also being able to work across with the funders. So here again, it's the connect between management and communication. So if we have this one single funding agency, this large funding agency, it's really critical for the staff at that funding agency to be in touch with the administration at the institutions and ensure that everything is being done at both those ends to ensure that the project can go ahead. So my sincere sort of request would be that if we are considering something at such a large scale, then there is really good attention that's paid to the details about how it's going to be implemented.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if I can come here, I'm against merging all the funding bodies. It's almost like saying that all biology should publish in just one journal, Journal of Biosciences or something like kind of thing. Or, see, all banks should be merged into one, whether it is a farmer, an MSME, or whether it's a hotel, or a big corporate like Ambani's. Everybody will go to the same bank for loan or investment and kind of. It's impossible. It's not practical, ideologically not correct, and it's impossible. And we are only going to make the situation worse, and it's not going to solve any problem. I think diversifying the funding agencies, at least, of course, streamlining the procedure. Everybody should work with this particular schedule and make review process more transparent, more rigorous, and more mentoring method rather than simply accept reject kind of a filtering method. Instead of rejecting, you can mentor young faculty through the process so that they actually get the grants. This is how it should be done, so that every funding agency can have some of their own, because there are certain missions. For example, tomorrow we may have a huge requirement to some thrust area on defense research or on space research or something. And if same funding agency diverts all its funding and everybody else gets starved, and tomorrow another pandemic happens, we don't have again money for doing any work on vaccines or and disease related work. So I don't think we should merge the funding agencies.
The point well.
Sorry, coming in. Yeah.
No, perfect, Russell. I think this is exactly what we expected: a free-flowing, honest opinion to be reflected. I think even Dr. Savita didn't take the name of Inara, but she used like something very large. I think you just came in and boom, it's like, yeah, anything merger is a bad idea. But yeah, diversifying. And when we are talking about diversifying, that's when I just want to dwell a little bit into diversifying the other aspect of research funding as well. For example, Dr. Chandrasekhar, we would like to hear from you. Research policy has been a national policy so far for a country like India. And there are many countries who are following the same model, like national research policy. Nationally, one person, one committee, one exercise sets the funding priorities of what we want to do. But now recently we are seeing institutional research policies. If a particular institution is in a particular area with a specialization in specific scientific field, should there be a dedicated institutional research policy? What is your take on it?
Yeah, I mean, before I take this question, I would like to add a couple of things. The previous thing, what Dr. Sashi was mentioning, and I agree with to that this unifying thing, there might be some advantage in terms of, let's say, financial monitoring, because every funding agency having their own mechanism of financial monitoring. Even sometimes we have seen that similar projects are being funded by the different agencies. So those things can be avoided if we unify. But given the scale, what we are talking, I think I have my own apprehension about the whole idea of unifying. And there are certain reasons for that. We have seen in the past also that this doesn't really work. I will just take briefly two examples. One is, let's say, CSIR. It's a collective organization of nearly 40 research labs. And all these fellowships are handled by a common place at the CSIR headquarters. But we are seeing the kind of delays, kind of problems in releasing the fellowships for the JRF, SRF. And its scale is very, very, very challenging. This is just only 40 CSIR labs we are talking about. Second, very quickly, if you know, there was a very hyped initiative in terms of unifying the research domains across the country in the form of a new initiative, Imprint. It was almost 5 years back. And it was a very unique idea that almost 25 different ministries came together, signed the MOUs to fund the very specialized projects. And this went on for almost one and a half year after a rigorous review of more than 2,500 projects. The Apex committee has approved 250 projects. And initial fund which was approved was around of the 1,000 crore. But when the whole exercise was done, the government could not support the all 250 projects after 3 rounds of evaluation. So hardly 70 projects were finally financially approved. And it took a lot of time to even convince the different ministries who earlier signed the MOUs while announcing the program, but they could not agree to release the funds in time. And I think even after so much of persuasion with the different ministries, I think only 140 projects were approved, even after financially supported, even after approval of the process. So I think this is a huge task when we are talking, and it's, I think, practically not feasible so easily, given our past record also. Now, coming to your question, well, I think, at this point, I think it's good to have this kind of approach, what you are saying, because it will reduce the efforts, and I think it will also increase the time for the researchers to spend more time in the actual R&D rather than doing the only managerial aspect. So it is, I think, in a way, it's a good step. But state-wise, if you see, the problem lies because the states do not take part in the research significantly. So there is a nationalized policy. While we're talking about the institutional policy, I think it is good in a way that some institutes can focus on some particular research areas, and they can make a bigger impact in that particular area rather than everybody is doing everything. So I think that approach, I personally feel that's a better approach.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar. I think that's something that we have been debating for quite some time. It will be nice to see in reality at some place. Dr. Savita, yes.
Yeah, so I'd just like to add to that. I really do believe that every institution should come up with a set of research policies that accurately reflect, their strategy, their aspirations, and their unique governance structures. So, if you look at India right now, we have a large number of very different kinds of institutions. There are government institutions, of course, but we're, for example, also seeing a lot of private institutions coming up, and we have institutions that are in collaboration with other countries. There are various kinds of structures. So I think it's really important to have a research policy in place that takes into account all of these factors, the governance, the core funding, all of that. And here's where I'd say that, these institutions should have a research office that can act nimbly and proactively to help the institution put these policies in place. And you'll find that in this whole matter of working with diverse funders over research funding. So for example, if you're working with international funders, and not just Indian funders, there are very specific policies that need to be in place, and you need to show those to the international funders that yes, we've got something in place. And so a research office can become the point where these kind of conversations can be initiated, the policies developed, and nailed down. And then everything that happens subsequently can just align to that policy. And of course, that will have India's sort of national viewpoint in there. But each institution must have its own set of policies.
Thanks so much, Dr. Savita, for adding on those points. I think it just completed that conversation on having institutional research policies. Before I ask for 30 seconds of concluding remarks, I just want to dwell on one more point, just from the audience question. At least we take a couple of them so that nobody is angry at us for not taking their questions. So there is a question about Indian funding agencies, whether they fund people or they fund ideas. I know it's a very controversial question. I would like one of the panelists to pick up this and reflect on it. I know there is no answer to it, but please reflect on it.
So, maybe I'll initiate. Maybe Chandra should answer because he's a younger faculty here. I think it's it's a mix of both. I think I have already answered to a similar kind of question earlier. See, young faculty when they join, if they have good ideas, they do get funded. Perhaps the quantum of funding may be different. But once they establish their ability to deliver results within the 3 or 4 years of grant funding period, they do get an advantage because they will have already the prior data for the next set of projects, right? They built on the first project. So obviously, people who are successful do get more funding. There's no doubt about it, and there should be. I mean, that's how it should be. Otherwise, you can't say that they have been funded for last 10 years. They should stop funding. And then what would they do? I mean, stop research, and research is not something like you already done enough for the society and you should stop kind of thing. They would actually contribute much more to the society in their after 15, 20 years too. So I think it happens all the time that young faculty, when they come, their funding is mostly based on their good ideas, and once they establish themselves and deliver results, and then start getting more and more. So next time we think that they are getting funded because they are names, but not necessarily names. They are prior publication. The project has already solid prior data, very good hypothesis, good work plan. Because with practice they can also write good grant applications without any mistakes.
Thank you, Professor. Dr. Chandrasekhar, if you'd like to add on to this point.
Yes, I think what Dr. Sashi mentioned is right. But apart from all this, I think what you said is a controversial question. So overall, if you want to reduce to get rid of this controversy, one way what I think we should bring a major change in the competitive grant process is that it should be kind of journal publication, double blind review. Okay, I mean, for example, we can publish our paper of high quality in any of the journal without any presentation, without any personal interaction. So why the same thing cannot be done on a project basis? So let's say we submit a proposal, it is reviewed by the anonymous reviewers. The identity of the PI is also not disclosed. Let's have the proper review of the proposal, and also at the same time, the PI should get a chance to respond to those queries, just like any typical journal publication. So there is no need of having personal interaction between the committee, because these kind of controversies appear because it's the same set of people in the committee. There is always a lack of inclusiveness in those decision-making committees. So I think if we overall change the process of granting the funds, I mean, this issue will be subsidized in terms of whether it's a lack of, supporting the idea or supporting the people.
Perfect. I think it's getting more and more interesting. I wish we had more time to go deeper into it. But Dr. Savita, I really want to hear this point, one of the audience question, which is the delayed fund release result in maximum fund going back. Do you have any idea or reflection on a quantum of this kind of mismanagement of fund?
I think this is a very challenging issue, Chagun, and I think it vexes absolutely everybody. Well, first of all, lack of clarity on when the funds are going to be released and what is the quantum of funding that's going to be released. And also this point in time where, so the first year's fund release tends to be as expected, and it gets the project going, but it's the issue is with follow-on funds release for the subsequent years. And I think this is hugely vexing for everybody, for the PIs to not know what is the actual budget that they're operating with and by when they need to spend the funds. I think this is really challenging. So whether it's with the NRF or with our other existing agencies, this is something that certainly needs to be fixed. There needs to be absolute clarity for all involved. What is allowed, what is disallowed, what are the funds that one can expect, and when can one expect? And it should really head towards a situation where the majority of the funds released follow that model. Because otherwise, I think it's a huge waste of time for everybody. And the PIs are by definition stretched, their time is stretched because they're supposed to be focusing on the research, But instead of that, they're trying to make phone calls to the funding agencies. They're meeting their finance head saying, did the money come or not? And somebody says, you've got 3 days in which to buy a microscope, and that's simply not done. So this is something I think we really need to fix in India,
Perfect.
whether it's through the
And
NRF or
I
any other
think,
mechanism.
yeah, no, that question asked by one of the audience is the voice of thousands of researchers in this country. So thanks for actually also highlighting it by answering. So I've been told that we have to wrap it up quickly in next 2 minutes. So I'm going to ask for 30 seconds concluding remarks of one question as an answer. What would be one thing that would define research in Indian universities in the next decade? I'll begin with Professor Shashi. Professor Shashi, you are muted, I guess.
No, sorry, I didn't understand the question. How you define research in universities, or
no? There is one priority that needs to happen so that will define research in Indian universities for the next decade. Let's say there is one change that needs to happen.
So one change that happens is basically all state universities should be given, to start with lump sum amount to establish high quality facilities, right? Like clean air, clean, power and everything, and a research management cell.
Perfect.
And then leave it to the faculty to attract funding for the research.
Yeah, core grant to state universities and facilities to do. Yeah, Dr. Chandrasekhar, you are 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think apart from strengthening the state universities in terms of R&D infrastructure, I think we must increase the fellowships for the young researchers so that they can contribute to those facilities in terms of, especially in terms of PhD and the postdoc fellowships. Apart from one thing, I think we also need to provide adequate research administration support to the PIs.
Perfect. More fellowships to attract better quality human resources. Dr. Savita, your 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chagun. I would definitely argue for better research administration at all the participating institutions. And I would also like to remind everyone about digital platforms once again, because I really think it's time to move away from the manual approach. There are so many aspects of administration which can be streamlined enormously through the use of technology, and we should really embrace that.
Thank you so much. I think I don't have to summarize now because the last 30 seconds by each speaker has been summarized. So just to count: stability of funding, long-term funding, uncertainty removed from the funding practices, research administration, more fellowships, attracting better talented people, giving them enough facilities to conduct good quality research. All of them are priority for the future of research in higher education institutions in India. With that, I'll conclude here. Thank you so much, everyone. It's exactly 8 o'clock. I'm so happy that we're concluding on time. Thank you. It's been a pleasure interacting
Thank
with you.
you.
Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure. Thanks, Chagun. You did so well.
Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you all.
Thanks, Shruti. Thanks, Lakshmi and the backend team of CCS.
Thank you so much, Chagun, and a big thanks to all the panelists for joining us at this very, very insightful discussion. I'm sure there are some very, very intriguing points that were brought out, and I'm sure that the audience members have a lot of thought to munch over in the coming years. So thank you for the lovely inputs that were provided. And of course, Chagun, a big thanks to you for beautifully navigating the conversation across the 1 hour. And this is to thank the team at CCS, Lakshmi, Bhavya, and of course, all the members for putting together such a beautiful panel discussion, and of course for supporting India Science Festival and Fast India as our knowledge partners. This was really a wonderful session, and I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to host this session. So thank you so much to all the panelists and the moderator. Thanks a lot. And with that, we'll move on to the third session for today. We're very, very excited to welcome a very, very popular science journalist who's joining us all the way from the USA. May I please request Deborah Blum to kindly turn on her video. Thank you so much for joining us, Deborah. It's such a pleasure to host you at India Science Festival. And our attendees are very, very curious to hear what you have in store for us. Of course, a very quick introduction of Deborah for our attendees. Deborah is a Pulitzer Prize-winning science journalist and is the director of the Knight Science Journalism Program at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT. And she's the author of books including The Poisoner's Handbook, The Poison Squad, and has been a columnist for the New York Times and a blogger for Wired. And she is going to be taking us through a very, very interesting talk, and is going to shed light on science journalism and reporting during times of crisis. And so it's something very, very important and a very pertinent topic, of course. And we're very keen to draw some insights from your talk, Deborah. And of course, this goes without saying that we're very grateful to you and the entire team at the Knight Science Journalism Program for partnering with us at the India Science Festival. Very grateful to have your support. And I'd like to tell all our attendees that you are very free to put in all your thoughts and questions for Deborah in the Q&A tab, and we'll be taking the questions towards the end of the session. So please feel free to quiz Deborah as much as you like, and I'll relay the questions to her towards the end. And in our attendees, Deborah, we have students, we have mainly from the science background, we have some science journalists and science communicators joining in, and we also have a bunch of professionals from the arts and humanities background. So without any further ado, over to you.
Thank you. It's really an honor to be here and to be part of the India Science Festival, and the Knight Science Journalism Program is happy to be a knowledge partner in the festival. We have a workshop on fact-checking coming up later this week, and so thank you for hosting me here. I'm going to talk about lessons that we learn on reporting on crisis, particularly based on the COVID-19 pandemic. And I have a slideshow or PowerPoint that I hope to share with you that I am going to use to illustrate some of those points for you. Hang on, here we go. So reporting science during a crisis, lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm the director of the Knight Science Journalism Program at MIT, which is a 40-year-old program. Well, it will be 40 years old next year, which has the purpose of training science journalists and trying to improve the integrity and authenticity and storytelling, everything about good science journalism. And I'm basing this talk, of course, on the COVID-19 pandemic. This is, everyone probably by this point has seen one of these images. This is on the web. This is an animation, essentially an animation of the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and what you see there coming out of it are the spike proteins that the virus uses to attach to human cells. And I'm dwelling on this for just a minute because these spike proteins, as we know, are not only how the virus attaches, but when we talk about mutations in the virus, for instance, the difference between the Delta variant and the Omicron virus, we're almost entirely talking about mutations in these spike proteins. And these changes, for instance, with Omicron, allow the virus to engage some escape immunity because it looks different to the immune system, which tends to target these spike proteins. Okay, one, pandemics will remind you of how important science journalism is. How do we get the news about a crisis, a pandemic, a volcanic eruption, as we saw recently in Tonga, climate change? Where do we get this information? And primarily, we get this either from official sources or we hope independent sources, and independent sources should be journalism. By my definition of journalism, science journalism and all journalism, journalism is independent inquiry. So pandemics will remind you that we need independent sources of information telling us what's going on in any kind of a crisis, because we want sources of information without an agenda. We just want, this is journalism at its best, actually, but we want accurate and honest information about what's going on. So for instance, I have put up these two maps of COVID in my country, the United States, and in India, that to take a look at what's going on today. And these are from the New York Times coronavirus tracker from yesterday. So if you look at these two maps and they're color coded, so the deeper and darker the red, the more COVID-19 you're going to find. You'll see that India at this moment looks a lot better than the United States. This is local reporting. This is from the New York Times. And the United States at this moment with the Omicron variant is a bonfire of COVID-19, and India looks not as if there's no coronavirus in the country at this moment, but mostly a whole lot better, with just a few areas that are shading into darker and darker. But let's put this in a global context. Journalism is not only local, but global. And when we're talking about what's going on in our own countries, we need to also think in any crisis, again, going back to the volcanic eruption in Tonga, there were tsunami waves, in many countries around the world related to that. Where were they most severe? Or in this case, coming back to COVID, where is COVID most severe right at the moment? You see it in Europe, and you see it in a small part of sub-Saharan Africa, and of course, you see it in North America in spades. So when we're talking about what's going on in our own country, we also want to put it in some kind of global context. We don't want, as journalists, to live in our local, regional, or even national bubble. What's going on here compared to what's going on everywhere else, because this gives us a kind of measurement of how well we're doing, right? If we were only looking at India, or we were only looking at the United States, right, we would have no real sense of who's doing well and who's not doing well. And right now, of course, the United States is doing terribly, but this global map illustrates that. It's important in any crisis, and certainly in any pandemic, to remember that we've done this before. This is an illustration from the bubonic plague era of the Middle Ages. And what I like particularly about it is this cartoon. The doctor in question is wearing a plague mask, right? And so at this time in Europe, people did not understand at all how the plague was spread, which we believe now is primarily through fleas and rats. But, it was magically spreading. And so the assumption that it was in the air, and the assumption was that a mask might help protect you, right? So we've been in these places before. This is hundreds of years earlier, in which we're in a crisis situation where we don't fully understand, and we're trying out different ways to protect ourselves until we figure out what works. And there are other lessons from history in this same sense. Again, in this particular moment, I'm thinking pandemics. This is the 1918, 1919 influenza pandemic. And I want to make a couple of points here that also help us give some context to where we are today. One is this pandemic killed a lot more people so far than we've seen with COVID-19. Not that we haven't seen millions of deaths, and I believe we're over 6 million by now globally, and past 800,000 in the United States alone, and hundreds of thousands in many other countries. But the pandemic has followed the pandemic that we see now has followed these same kinds of peaks and waves. And I want to mention them. Again, these are 1918 photos. So you see people masked, you see people carrying bodies, very classic for what we see today, but you also see the kind of rise and fall of a pandemic. And so in this case, you see the initial rise, then a flattening out. During the summer, people are more outside, they're not packed together, especially in northern climates. It's not as cold, so you get a little more buffer of good weather from the virus. And then you see this enormous peak rising out of the winter of 1918. So what is behind that? That was clearly the worst peak. And then you'll see it again in 1919. there was some mutation of the virus. And so if we look at this, and it became more infectious, it was an influenza A virus, which is avian influenza. It became more infectious. Many more people caught it, many more people got sick. The total from this pandemic is 25 million. So thank goodness we're not at a minimum, actually. We're not there yet, but you're seeing a classic behavior of a virus in a large pool of hosts. You know, what drives mutations? Many people getting sick, and the virus having all kinds of opportunities to replicate. And viruses are replication machines, right? It's not that they're brilliant, but their design is to replicate. And so when they vary and there's a more successful replication, that's where the virus is going to kind of lean, essentially. And so you see this again in 1918, and this was entirely predictable in this particular pandemic. And I was having a conversation last week with some science journalists from Science Magazine and virologists and immunologists. And I said to them, do we expect another variant of concern? And as you know, the WHO tracks these by variants of interest, variants of concern. The big waves have been related to variants of concern. And everyone I talk to says we should, given how many people are infected at this moment, expect another variant of concern and possibly another wave in the COVID-19 pandemic. As journalists, this is also a reminder that we should not repeat the mistakes of the past. Don't be hyperbolic, right? Don't oversell what's going on. Don't overstate the risk or the dangers. This is a Time magazine cover from the 1968 bird flu pandemic, which was another avian influenza. And, you know, it's got this giant hammerhead of a headline, death threat, right, over a chicken, which I find hilarious. But we need not to do this. Let's be honest and let's be accurate about what the risk is. Again, if I go back very briefly to my example of the volcanic eruption from Tonga and the tsunami waves, you did not see any journalists saying, and these are going to be towering 20-foot waves, because they weren't, right? Tsunami waves are not necessarily, they can be, but in many cases, they are not necessarily that. So we don't want to overstate that. We don't want to stereotype the source of a particular, you know, crisis, and we don't want to drive people to panic. We want to give them as accurate information as we can. And in a situation like this, we actually don't have to overstate it. You know, the situation can often be bad enough as it is. We want to keep the smart things we've learned from previous crises or pandemics. This is from the African Ebola outbreak in 2014, and Ebola is real, is what the sign says. So one of the things that we've learned from previous crises, and certainly from previous pandemics, is that they generate a lot of misinformation. They did in the Ebola outbreak. They certainly are doing this in COVID-19, and it's our job as journalists to try to counter misinformation and disinformation as much as we can. For instance, all of the misinformation, this is a little pixelated, but I love the sign, COVID-19 mRNA vaccines will change your DNA. This is an anti-vax sign. This is completely erroneous. These are mRNA vaccines. But the vaccines themselves do not have coding to change anything. They have a tiny replication of a snippet of the viral mRNA that the immune system recognizes. And one of the best ways I saw countering this disinformation is this campaign out of Australia, actually, in which they say the mRNA vaccine is like a most wanted poster. It tells your body how to recognize COVID-19, right? It's just this tiny piece that the immune system recognizes as something alien and generates defenses against. That's all it is. And the adenovirus vaccines like J&J or AstraZeneca, just the same, right? They use a slightly different model, but basically they're providing information to the immune system so it can gin up a response against it, right? And so some of the problem with this kind of misinformation is that people are not informed enough or educated enough about how the vaccines work, and often people don't understand the importance of herd immunity from vaccination. But we can counter this, and we can use this as a target of opportunity to spread accurate and good information. Well, this is a project of KSJ that we have ongoing on a couple of fronts. I mentioned that we're going to have a fact-checking workshop in the India Science Festival later this week. We also have a free downloadable handbook for people who edit science stories. A lot of science journalism training targets reporters rather than editors. So we're trying to focus on editors. This handbook is available for free download at the moment in English, Spanish, and Portuguese. We're working on a couple of additional translations and partnerships with different groups, and one of those is going to be in Farsi, and one is going to be in traditional and simplified Chinese. But I wanted to show you this from the fact-checking project, because it'll give you an idea of what a journalistic fact check looks like. This is actually a fact check on a story we ran in the magazine Undark, which is published by KSJ, and which is a digital science magazine focused on science and society. Fact checkers go into the text. They annotate every single fact that they find, as you see here. They come up with a list of questions and put the journalists themselves through this kind of rigorous scrutiny. Is this right? Is this right? You right? And our fact checkers in general on a story that has 6,000 to 8,000 words will find at least 1,000 facts that have to be double checked, right? So you see the response to the fact checker over here, like, I don't know if you can see this, but it marks places in a transcript where the actual quote comes from. And we want this. It's not fact check, post fact check, oops, let's correct this. It's let's get it right going first. And if we're going to have integrity, we're going to get it right. And finally, and I think this is really important in journalism, on the subject of disinformation, it's the importance of repetition. There's a sort of cultural part of journalism that says, well, we already did that story. Why would we do it again? Right? That's not news. We've done it before. And so here's this quote. It's actually from the 18th century. Do not fear to repeat what has already been said. Men, it's the 18th century, so it's just men. Men need the truth dinned into their ears many times from all sides. The first rumor makes them prick up their ears. The second registers and the third enters. And it may be more than that, but I use this a lot when I'm talking to journalists. You know, it's on us to say, yes, we have to keep repeating the truth. How can we tell that story in a way that makes it more, accessible? So I'm going to go fairly quickly through the rest of these because I know I have a time limit. Just as a reminder to all journalists that we approach official sources with caution because our readers and listeners and viewers do. As an example of that, the previous US President, Donald Trump, talking about how the fact that he played down the coronavirus pandemic in the United States, he, did his best not to let people know how bad it was. He's saying here he didn't want to create panic, but he also did not want to make his government look bad with accurate numbers. It's important to remember for all of us that facts will change during any crisis or any pandemic. What we know at first is going to change. And that doesn't mean that science is wrong. That just means that science, like the rest of us, is a learning curve, right? What is science anyway? It is people trying to understand the world around us. So if the facts change during the pandemic, we consider that a normal part of the process. Here is a photo from Science magazine in March 2020, in which everyone believed that the answer to the pandemic was disinfection. This is in China where they're spraying giant clouds of disinfection. Later, we realized that surfaces were not the problem and it was more airborne transmission. But then we had quite a bit of debate, how airborne, how far did the virus spread, right? We're figuring this out, and that is completely normal. And we need to let people realize that if the idea about what's going on changes, that's not science getting it wrong. That's science learning more. It's important to have, good, honest, accurate sources. Not only vet your sources, but vet your numbers. I like this one because if you look at these numbers, it suggests that there's a wildfire of COVID. This was early in the pandemic. In South Korea, nothing going on in the US, but going back to what the Donald Trump thing, if you drill down, you see we just weren't testing. There were only 4,000, there were only 25,000 tests in the United States. There were almost 3,000 tests in North and South Korea. And so, you need to vet the numbers. What are they really telling you? Pandemic lines are storylines. This is from an infectious disease reporter at Nature who just wants to point out that there's narrative in pandemic and we can use that. The first rule of narrative writing is to center it around a person, and the basic structure of a narrative story. If you're a journalist, get your hero in trouble and keep her there, right? So your hero, the scientist at the center of your story, or the father or mother at the center of the story is confronting an obstacle, and they don't resolve the obstacle to the end of the story. That's basic narrative. It's also more important to be responsible than provocative, right? So you want your story to be grounded in what's real. And finally, going back to my point about not having all the answers, we don't have all the answers. So if you look at confirmed cases of Omicron in December, you see these hot spots, right? They're pretty isolated. South Africa was the first country to report Omicron, so that's why you see a lot there. And was a lot of traffic between South Africa and Europe, so you see a lot in Europe. Almost nothing in the United States. Could you have predicted that a month later it would be this? Probably not, right? So we have to allow for that too. And finally, and this is where I always like to close this talk, ethics matter. Ethics matter in journalism, but what we mean by ethics matter is we mean that people matter, right? So that's a matter of telling these stories with respect. The people we're writing about, from scientists to patients to grieving family members to, people on the front lines of medicine, transporting very sick people, everyone that we're writing about, they're people and they matter. And we have to remember as journalists going forward in these stories that that's at the forefront of what we do. And this is obviously a photo from a COVID ward. So thank you. That's sort of my fast run through of issues that I find very important going forward here. And I am happy to answer any questions you may have regarding that presentation.
Thank you so much, Deborah. That was so lovely and such a smooth presentation and very, very to the point. I must say there was absolutely no waste of time. And I'm very excited for the kind of questions that we have for you here today. So let's get started with the audience Q&A. We've collected a few over social media from our YouTube live stream, as well as the ones that we've received in the Q&A tab. Okay, so look, a couple of our attendees have already done their homework on you. So question is here that says, very curious to know about the inspiration behind Monkey Wars. So you could shed some light on the same.
So Monkey Wars was a newspaper series that I did when I was a science writer in California, working for the Sacramento Bee, which won a Pulitzer Prize and went on to be my first book. And I had been a science writer then for about over a decade. And one of the things I had realized was that it's really hard to give your readers, the general public, a sense of what animal research really is. And that's in part because a lot of scientists are very wary of talking publicly about what they do. They feel under attack often by animal rights people or by members of the public, and sometimes they really are under attack, right? And so they tend to not want to talk about it. And I had spent a lot of time, talking to scientists. I'd say, I'd like to write about your research. And they'd go, no, I'm not going to talk about that, how I study the lungs of dogs, right? I don't want people to know that. So at one point I realized that the state of California tracked every single monkey that came into the state of California, right? And that I could get this through a Public Record Act request. And so I filed, in the way that you're trying to get documents that aren't generally available, a legal request for 5 years worth of where do monkeys go in California. And then I had a roadmap of every laboratory in California that used monkeys. And so from there, I was like, okay, I'm going to use this roadmap and I'm going to file more documents, the welfare inspections of laboratories. And I'm going to go out and I'm going to do a story that illuminates what animal research really is using primates. And I did. It took me well over a year and a surprising number of arguments, right, with people who, even though I had the documents, did not want to talk to me, right? I mean, a lot of arguing. And I'm very stubborn. So I didn't win every argument, but I actually did win most of them. So we had access, I watched surgeries on monkeys. We went to NASA to look at how they were working with monkeys they were going to send into space to study bone demineralization. I did a lot. I interviewed almost, I want to say about 200 people by the time I was done on that series. But the last thing I want to say about that is when you're doing a big project like Monkey Wars, and you're trying to illuminate an issue, you really think about, well, what is the issue that I'm trying to illuminate? You have to have a very clear picture in your mind of what your actual issue is. And mine was this: animal research is really about us, because I'm not telling stories about, monkeys, cute little monkeys or destructive little monkeys, or however you want to look at monkeys. But I'm telling a story about the fact that we're the #1 species on the planet, and we can do anything we want to another species. So what does it say about us, the choices we make when we're experimenting on our closest living relatives, which are monkeys, right? Between 92 and 98% between monkeys and great apes shared DNA. So, but we still do all these things to them. So what are the ethical choices that we're making here? And that was really that series. It was very fascinating to do and very hard to get. And I'm really still proud of it.
As you should be. I'm sure there was so much that went into creating the series and thereafter the book. And I mean, rightly so, you got the Pulitzer Prize for it. So kudos to you for that. So the question that we have here is, again, very interesting. So how do you draw lines, if any, about what not to cover in any narrative-based story, and why? I mean, how would you pick and choose?
Well, that's a great question. And there's really two things. One is, your ethical decision that you're going to put someone at risk by using their story, right? And I have left people out of stories. I've left in the Monkey Wars, I left one person out who felt very under attack. And so I quoted that person, but I did not use her name, right? I mean, you can also do that. And I have left other people out for that reason, but primarily with narrative, you're picking, narrative is a choice of what you're going to use to make your narrative work, right? And the basic narrative arc is conflict, crisis, resolution, right? And if you picture that almost like the arc of a rainbow, with conflict at one point, at the starting point, and resolution at the ending point, and then it rises to crisis, right? So when you're figuring out that particular path, it's going to tell you a lot about what you're going to leave in and what you're going to leave out. What is my story? What are the facts that illustrate my story? What are the people who illustrate the points I want to make? How do I pull the reader all the way through this, right? And so a lot of times you have to think about, what you add on as a side trip. I'm taking the reader on this journey. The reader only has so many patience to go veering off on side trips away from my main narrative. So what am I going to have to leave out of this story? And I'll tell you, as someone who loves stories, sometimes I've left out stories that I really love. So then I come back and tell another story, right? So, but you do have to be really ruthless. Your story needs to move the reader forward. And if you slow it down by, too many kind of digressions, then, they may leave, and you don't want them to do that.
Well, thank you for answering that, Deborah. I think with a lot of questions that we're receiving, I think we're really going to delve very deep into your process of writing. And with that, let's move on to the next question. So, while you write your narrative pieces or stories, how do you make a distinction between creating a grabby headline versus a clickbait headline? How do you, what's the line?
So writers don't write headlines normally, right? Normally at any, I'm going to pick a newspaper or a magazine for my example, but it could be a website. The journalist writes the story and the editor writes the headline. Now, and sometimes, like, especially in my newspaper past, I never saw the headline before the reader did. And sometimes I was just as horrified and would go storming into the office, yelling and waving my hands about the headline. You can, if you're a reporter working on a particularly, controversial story, say to the editor, I really want to see that headline before it goes out, right? But often, in the same way that everyone has territory, editors are like, they don't want to give the reporter, that's their job. It's not your job, right? Even when I wrote for the New York Times, often I didn't see the headline ahead, right? So you need to be really aware. People yell at reporters all the time about the headlines, and often it's not them. When I was a blogger at Wired, I wrote my own headlines and they were great, right? But mostly you don't get to do that. But here's where it is responsibility of the journalist, as I kind of implied. If you're working on a story that has a lot of nuance, to go to the editor and make sure that they're very aware of the fact that there are sort of landmines if you don't acknowledge the nuance in the headline. And I've seen, over the last few years, both the New York Times and the Washington Post have had to redo headlines. The story comes out, the headline's a disaster. They end up redoing the headline, right? Leaving the story just the same. So that behind the scenes conversation about headlines, it's too easy for reporters to say, well, that's the editor. And it is the editor. There's times where the reporter really needs to stand up on that front.
Thank you. I think that makes a lot of sense, and a lot isn't in the hands of the reporter, because at the end of the day, I guess the editor takes a call on what sells and what doesn't. So that's.
And I'm against clickbait headlines. And when I see these headlines that are something like, guess what this scientist said about washing your hands, I go, I'm not going to read that. Right? Tell me what they said, right? That's ridiculous. You're just trying to get me to click. I hate those clickbait headlines, actually. So.
Yeah. Okay. So let's move on to the next question that we have here. Very interesting one again. How do you stay objective and not add your opinions to a science story? Is it okay for science journalists to pick sides while reporting science?
Yes. So that's a really important question in science journalism, and it gets to something that we talk a lot about in the community, which is the problem of false balance, right? When you follow the political model of reporting is always to have two or more sides, right? In the United States, we have two primary political parties, the Republicans and the Democrats. So political reporters tend to, there are two sides, two opinions, right? But in science, that's not always necessarily true. Often you have the weight of the evidence sits here and there's a consensus. And then over here are some outlier or, contrarian opinions. And it actually is what we all agree that we totally blew that on climate change reporting, right? That the weight of the evidence was that man-made climate change existed. But because science writers, especially in the late 20th century, were following the political reporting model, that, you know, the oil and gas industry had these, what I'm going to call tame scientists who would always say, oh no, this isn't really real. And you would report as if these were two equally weighted points of view, when in fact, you know, most of the scientists didn't think that. And so that was inaccurate reporting. And so I don't think there are two sides to every issue in science, right? If there was a contrarian scientist, and you may remember this, there was a contrarian scientist with HIV who said that HIV wasn't a virus, right? It was transmitted by something that he hadn't even figured out. And he got a ton of publicity, but that was garbage, right? So in the case of reporting on science, here's the responsibility of the reporter. The responsibility of the reporter is to figure out where the weight of evidence lies. What's the consensus of science? And that is an opinion. You do enough reporting to say, yes, this is where the body of evidence is, and this is how I tell the story. This is what's real. And I may acknowledge that people don't agree with that, but then I need to clearly identify them as contrarian or a spokesman for, you know, the oil and gas industry in the case of climate change. And that's my job. I don't leave the reader guessing as to what's real. I let them know what's actually going on. I feel very strongly about that.
Thank you for being so candid in your response. As I speak with you, I further understand the kind of responsibility that actually science journalists hold in their hands. And I don't think we talk about this often. It's enormous responsibility. And that actually brings me to the next question that we have here. How does science journalism differ from regular journalism? So what are some things that set apart science journalism from the rest?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. Well, at one level, we're not different at all, right? Theoretically, we're all in this together, and we are all journalists pursuing independent inquiry of our subjects, right? And reporting on, you know, what the news is and digging deeper into what are the sort of mechanics that go behind any story, and report. And when people get things wrong, or when scientists make mistakes or scientists behave badly, science journalists should report on that in the same way that political reporters report on badly behaving politicians. At one level, we're all the same. It's really your understanding of science probably that separates the two. And you will certainly hear both scientists and science journalists complaining about other reporters, general news reporters who cover science issues and don't understand the science and get things wrong, or display the fact that they don't understand it. I was once at a press conference at the American Astronomical Society meeting in which a television reporter asked if the sun was a star. And I just wanted to put my head in my hands, right? At least go out and do your homework. So I don't think you have to necessarily be trained in science to be a good science journalist. Many of the best science journalists I know have, you know, history degrees or literature degrees, but you have to be not afraid of science. You have to go back to that point where I said science is, you know, people trying to understand the world around us. Science journalists learn not to treat scientists as if they're some superhuman species, right? They are people trying to understand the world around us. And a lot of times people who do not normally report on science are a little more awestruck about scientists, right? So that's part of it. But the other part of it is the way that you build up an expertise in a given field, right? So, you know, science journalists have a deep imperative to do their homework. And whether I'm reporting on toxicology, which is my beat, right? So I've spent a lot of time, you know, researching chemistry and researching toxicology. And my graduate degree was environmental science and toxicology journalism, right? I build up that area of knowledge. And so I'm comfortable asking the right questions. And I think that's imperative for science journalists. You need to learn to be fearless about asking the questions that need to be asked.
That brings in the next question very beautifully. There's a nice segue there. You spoke about toxicology, and of course, our attendees seem to have read about the fact that you've done a lot of work in forensics reporting, and you've written books on the same. So, would you call yourself an investigative science reporter?
Yes. And I especially would base partly on my newspaper career, where I did a lot of investigative reporting. And, I mean, some of that was when I graduated with my undergrad, I was a general news reporter, like I was just, dismissing. General news reporters are really important and do great work. And I covered the police, right? That was my first job out of college as an undergrad. And so you learn a lot if you're covering the police and on the crime beat about, recognizing the actual story needs more than one source, and questioning authority. And so when I became a science writer, I did that. And the big series I did before Monkey Wars was about nuclear weapons design and weapons design in the United States. And that was so investigative that it actually triggered a congressional investigation of a weapon, right? And so, I love investigative reporting, and I think it's one of the things that makes what journalists do, which is shining light into places that some people would rather see kept in the dark, is one of the most important things we do. So I do think of myself as an investigative reporter. And because I write a lot about poison and toxicology, which often involves criminal behavior, right, I think I've kept something of that edge. But even when you are, a standard science reporter, your ability to, behave like an investigative reporter is going to work in your favor. And just really quickly, for instance, I've been a science writer a long time, and one of the places I got sent when I was a newspaper science reporter was to Houston, where Johnson Space Center is, after the shuttle Challenger blew up. And at that time, NASA was run by a gentleman whose name I've forgotten, but had come out of the the military aerospace industry. And NASA wouldn't give you any information. There were 3,000 journalists in Houston, and there were no press conferences, no briefings, no. So if you weren't an investigative reporter, your paper expected you to file a story a day. If you weren't willing to go out and, track people down in parking lots and, and do investigative reporting while you were there, you weren't going to get the story. And so those skills are really important, not only to investigative journalism, but just basic good journalism, I say.
Oh, that was really amazing. No, such a thrilling answer. I was hooked. So next question that we have here is, again, a very interesting one. So, this is in tune with the talk that you gave. And this says, how did you decide which scientists to interview during the COVID-19 pandemic, when so many of them had different opinions and predictions about how things would pan out, how different countries would experience the pandemic, and so on? How did you decide?
Yes, that's a great question. And it's really important when you're saying, I'm going to talk to experts, to be very focused on what their area of expertise is, right? So, there are virologists, but some virologists are very specialized. I actually was listening to a reporter talk last week about the fact that David Baltimore, who's a Nobel Prize winning virologist in the United States, expressed all these opinions about COVID-19, but his specialty was the viruses that cause cancer. He didn't know anything about coronaviruses or infectious disease. And people quoted him because he'd won a Nobel laureate, when in fact, this was not his specialty. So it's really important when you sit down and you're looking at a particular disease like SARS-CoV-2 or the virus or COVID-19, to say who really knows this stuff. And you'll see in news reports a lot of times the same experts quoted over and over again, Angela Rasmussen from Canada, or who's an infectious disease specialist, or Atish Jha here in Boston, who's an infectious disease specialist. And one of the things that one of my other infectious disease reporters friends said to me is that if, during the pandemic, you get a lot of emails from publicists, so-and-so is available. And she said to me, any scientist who knows what they're doing is not going to send that out, right? They're so overwhelmed with requests already. They don't need to publicize who they are, right? So you make a short list of the very visible scientists. And if you can't get them, what you do is this is what I always do when I'm doing a story anyway. I'll look at that scientist or the area in question through Google Scholar or PubMed. I like Google Scholar. Some people like PubMed better. I like Google Scholar because I like the way you can search by topic and by year really efficiently. So I'll say, okay, if I was going to pick someone like Angela Rasmussen, I would look at what she'd published and I would look at who she'd cited. And I'd say, well, even if I can't get her, here's someone who an internationally respected virologist believes is worth talking to and worth. So, again, it's a matter of doing your homework. And sometimes the most visible scientists are not always going to give you the best insights. They're going to say the same thing over and over again. So you really want to look beyond them, but you want to look very specifically at, here's my column of immunologists who are going to see things differently than virologists, right? If I'm going to talk about a vaccine, I want an immunologist too, right? Did the vaccine work? What did the vaccine protect against? That kind of thing.
Well, that makes a lot of sense, Deborah. I think that's one very important insight that you put in. Using Google Scholar or PubMed to just go through the work that the scientists have done. That's a very important takeaway, I think, from what you mentioned. And of course, let's move on to the next question. We still have so many to cover and we have very little time. So I'll just skim through them as quickly
as possible. Talk fast.
Yeah. So how do you differentiate between good and bad science, especially in a crisis when there is not enough time to wait for researchers to write papers or have their opinions? How do you go about it?
That's a really excellent question. And you're absolutely right. There's this enormous churn of papers coming out and not always peer reviewed either, right? We've seen during the COVID pandemic, like a wash of preprints. So there's maybe two or three ways. One is, again, to vet the scientists themselves, right? What have they published before? How actually expert are they in this area? And then to vet the paper, right? First, you read the paper, right? Look at the methodology. And it's really important in a lot of these papers, when someone announces they've discovered, and don't use the word breakthrough or miracle cure or any of those awful hyperbolic things that turn out to be wrong later anyway. But to look at, well, what was the study, right? Did they have a control group? How many people did they test? If they tested 3 people, is this even meaningful? Why am I doing this? Was this a study in animals or humans, right? What was this, if I'm looking at the efficacy of a drug and it was successful in 11 people, what did it look like in the other 89 if it was 100 people, and what were the side effects, right? A lot of times you really want to just go through it in a very common sense kind of way. Does this make sense, right? And and I've seen reporters, because everyone is trying to get the next best story. There was a study out of Canada that I want to say overstated the risk of heart disease and vaccines by a factor of, it was like 10,000. They had completely gotten the math wrong. And yet a lot of Canadian journalists, and probably some elsewhere too, but wrote about that story. If it was real, the anti-vax community took those stories and, went off on a marathon lap with them. The study had to be retracted. And I kept saying to my friends, who would have written about that story? Real life tells you that tens of thousands of people are not dying of heart disease from the vaccines, right? So, also you apply your own common sense filter as to whether it makes sense, right? Do your homework, think smart. Are you muted?
Yeah, I was. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you for.
I do it all the time.
Yeah, we just move to the next question then. So you have, often spoken about the work that you've done and, of course, delivered so many talks on science journalism. How do you personally differentiate between science communication and science journalism? So what's your take on this?
That's an excellent question. These are great questions. So I do see them. Science journalism sits in the giant umbrella of science communication, right? In which many people are trying to tell the story of science, right? To people who are not scientists themselves or not in the science community. So, at some level, there's going to be some overlap. In general, we think of science communication as people who are trying, who are goal-oriented in a different way. I mean, science communicators, and by that I mean scientists who communicate, or science writers who work for institutions or universities or associations. They want to engage the public with science, and they really want the public to support science, right? Whereas science journalists, although yes, we want to engage the public with science, same thing. We're not necessarily writing stories because we're trying to sell people on science, right? We're writing stories because we want people to understand science and how it works and how it doesn't work, right? And have some insight into the process and be able to use the information to make honest decisions about what's going on. So we can't sell science to do that. If I work at MIT, if I was here saying in the greatest science, talking about great science at MIT, right? Would I be trustworthy in an independent sense? No. I'm sure MIT loves hearing me use it as a bad example here. But the fact of the matter is that is the bright dividing line. Science journalism is not supposed to ever sell science, and science communication can, right? There's nothing wrong. I mean, that's not a diss on either. But they are different, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both are doing significant work, and it's just your take on the distinction between the two. All right. Next question that we have is, while you go about your process of writing, how do you take the decision as to what is the language that you will be choosing? I guess it depends on the medium that you're writing for, but while you write, are you writing for the general public or laymen, or while you write for laymen, do you maybe stray away from the truth by a whisker, or by writing in the most scientific and objective language, do you stick to a little bit of jargon? How's your process?
That's a good question. So I mostly write for the general public. They're the interesting audience to me, right? And I think this probably is something that's true for a lot of people in who have the kind of interests that I have, which is that, I care about people. I'm really interested in people who have turned away from science. And when I'm envisioning my audience, that's the audience that's most interesting to me. I know that science is the best way we have to understand the world around us. And it makes everything on Earth and in, the greater universes or the multi-universe or whatever is out there more interesting, right? It allows us to understand it. It illuminates these amazing things about the world that we live in. And it also gives us the tools to make really important choices in public health and personal health, right? And so you really have to feel like that science is one of the, tools in your toolbox. And so that audience interests me. The science savvy, science literate folks who are already standing around the science campfire, as a journalist, they're not as interesting to me. I have written for that audience. When I first started writing about chemistry, I got recruited by an editor at Scientific American because there are not that many journalists who write about chemistry. And he said, would you be interested in writing for SciAm? And I said, sure. And I wrote a piece on semiochemistry. So semiochemistry, what is that? That's the chemistry of communications between living things. It's the, it's pheromones, it's the synchronization of chemical signals. The famous study that showed that women living together will synchronize their periods, right? How do they do that? There's actual chemical communication. That's semiochemistry, right? But if I write for a different audience, I'm not going to use all the technical terms that I used in that article for Scientific American. And I don't need to. Every profession has jargon. And when I talk to scientists and they say, well, I just don't like to dumb it down, I say, that's a really insulting thing to say, right? You have jargon. Everyone has jargon. Journalism has jargon. Most scientists don't know what an inverted pyramid is. Does that mean that I'm dumbing it down when I explain what it is? No. So I like that audience, and I like to figure out ways. How do I pull you into the science story that you don't think you're interested in, but you actually are, right? I mean, that is so much fun. And when you pull it off, when you get people who have kind of got ask science to respond to you, it's great. It's really important.
Thank you so much, Deborah. And if you're okay with it, can we take 2 more questions?
Sure. I'm happy to answer a couple more questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Love the enthusiasm. I think it's very kind of you to be engaging with all the questions with such high spirits. So thank you. So one question that we have is, how do we support science journalism in multiple languages? Now, this is something that it's an issue that we're definitely facing in a country like India, where we have so many languages. And English, while it seems like English and maybe Hindi are the main 2 languages which are being used to disseminate science on the journalistic front. So what's your take on promoting science journalism in different languages?
I mean, I think it's really important, and in part it's important in a more global sense because, well, it's important locally because you want to communicate with people in the language they use, right? But it's important globally because English tends to be the language of common currency these days. Stories that are told in other languages and are not translated into English tend to not be heard globally, and yet sometimes these are really important stories. The group that I know that does, the most sort of focused work on that is the World Federation of Science Journalists. And I've actually been to sessions in which journalists from India and Pakistan and Egypt and other countries have talked about, how do I get my story out when English is not my first language? So the more that we can do this, the more we do simultaneous translations, the more that we publish in multiple languages. And that's why, our KSJ handbook is in multiple languages. But you're also right, really quickly, because when we first translated that handbook into Spanish, it was the Spanish of Spain. And our primary audience is the Spanish of Latin America. So we actually had to revise the translation for our primary audience. And so you also have to navigate within a given, language, all the nuances. It's complicated, but it is a really important goal.
I completely agree. There are so many layers to it. It can't really be addressed in a single go. It really is complicated. And just to inform the attendees that we've dropped the link to the KSJ Science Editing Handbook in the chat. So if you want to look it up, please do.
Good. Thank you.
So the next question for you, Deborah, is that now you've dabbled in multiple streams and topics of science. So how do you move beyond the boundaries of reporting interdisciplinary science, given that you do not have a, I mean, if you don't have a science background, or have it in a different science field, how does one go about exploring different fields while not having some knowledge of it?
Yeah, that's an important question. And so, I should start by saying I grew up with science. My father was a entomologist and chemical ecologist, right? So, I was really comfortable thinking about science and how it worked, and all my postdoc uncles of my childhood who, sort of probably really influenced the way I think about this. I mean, I think, and I am myself a failed chemistry major. I started out as a chemistry major and switched out to be smart about things. I mean, I think it's incumbent on science journalists to do their homework and to be straightforward about what they don't know. So I've been writing about chemistry and toxicology for 12 years, mostly. So over that time period of doing those stories and doing the research, I've learned a lot, right? I'm not a scientist, but I'm comfortable talking to people about questions in that field. But I've also, you're right, reported on nuclear weapons design and climate change and many other topics. And at that point, every good science journalist always starts by doing a ton of homework, right? If you don't start by doing that, then you really need to be doing something else, right? So if I want to be an expert in climate change, I spend a lot of time reading through the history of climate change, reading the important books on the subject, and reading papers. And I might even, again, going back to my Google Scholar thing, say, what are the papers in over the last 20 years, right? So what were they saying 20 years ago? Because the other thing I think we need to do as journalists, because we are interdisciplinary, we stitch together, and it's one of the things that we do that science don't do, perspectives from different fields, is to really look at the history of your field, right? And in fact, my grad degree was partly history of science. So I'm a big believer that if you understand the history of the field and you spend some time studying up on the field, you will start to develop what I think of as journalistic expertise, enough that you can ask smart questions and not waste the time of the scientists you talk to. And the more you stay in that area, the more you're going to develop a body of knowledge. And so I think that's also really important. Do your homework. Number one message.
Thank you so much, Deborah. That was so insightful. And with that, we've come to the end of this session. And it was so wonderful to be in conversation with you and to hear about your experiences. We had a lovely time. And I must thank you on behalf of the entire team at ISF Fast India for engaging with all of the questions so wonderfully. It was so kind of you. And there's a lot to take away from everything that you mentioned. And we really hope that we get to associate with you and KSJ MIT in the coming years. I'd like to take one last question and just ask you, what's your take on public engagement platforms like India Science Festival in bringing forth scientists, researchers, and public engagement practitioners to the public? What role do you think platforms such as this play in bringing science closer to society?
Oh, good. I'm glad you asked me that, because I wanted to, say goodbye by saying congratulations on the festival and all the really fascinating issues about science that you've raised. I think science festivals and science museums and these and platforms like this that engage with the public are so important and so valuable, because they're basically saying in the terms of the festival, let's have fun with this together, right? This is fascinating. Let's have fun with this. Everyone here is smart, right? And I think that's really important, right? You want people to feel smart about science, and you want them to enjoy it so they can relax about it and explore it further. So no, I am a huge fan of science festivals and the work that goes around them. And this one you've done an amazing job. Congratulations.
Thank So much, Deborah, for all the kind words. And I'd just like to inform all our attendees that we have a fact-checking workshop later this week. We'll put in the link in the chat. Please do register for it. It's being conducted in association with the Night Science Journalism Program. And we're very, very excited for it. So please do register for the same. And Deborah, on behalf of the entire team at ISF, thank you. Thank you so much for your time. It was an absolute pleasure to host you at ISF. And I can only hope and pray that the next time we host you at ISF, it's going to be in India. It's going to be on ground. It's going to be offline, where you actually get to speak with and engage with all of our wonderful attendees and science journalists in India.
I would absolutely love that. And thank you again. Take care.
Thank you so much, Deborah. Thanks a lot. And with that, we've come to the final session for today, and we're very, very excited for the same, because this is going to be an ISF book talk. Now, book talks this year are our latest addition to the program. And this time we're going to be in conversation with someone very, very interesting. So can I please invite on stage Professor Wang, who's joining us all the way from the USA, and of course, Abhigyan Ray, who's going to be in conversation with him. Could I please request both to turn on their videos and audios? Thank you so much for joining in. Such a pleasure to host you both at India Science Festival. Let me quickly give an overview and a quick introduction about Professor Darshan Wong. He is a professor of management and organizations at the Kellogg School of Management, and by courtesy, the McCormick School of Engineering at Northwestern University. At Kellogg, he's the founding director of the Center for Science of Science and Innovation, which is the CSSI. At CSSI, Professor Wang leads a group of highly interdisciplinary researchers who are extremely passionate about data. And he has recently come up with his book called The Science of Science, which we are going to be discussing in detail today. So Professor, thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to host you at ISF. And you're going to be in conversation with Abhigyan Ray. Abhigyan Ray is a very, very interesting fellow and has been a science communicator for many, many years while only being in his undergraduate. He is very, very passionate about research and is interested in the interface of computing, biology, chemistry, and mathematics, and is going to be interviewing Professor Wang about the latest book, and has gone through the entire book, read it in detail, and is ready with all the questions. So over to you. Thank you so much.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for having me. Hey, Abhigyan.
It's really fantastic to have you, Professor Wong, and thank you for joining us on a Sunday morning for you. And
oh, thank you for having me, and good evening to everybody who's watching from India. So.
Absolutely. And to be very honest, reading your book has been a really pleasurable experience. And I hope in the next 1 hour, we can glean some insights from you further than what you have delved into the book and all. But before everything, I need to ask you, before you embarked on a quest to decode the science of science, how did your own journey in science come about?
My own journey. Oh, so it's, my own journey is very atypical. Currently I'm a professor at the Kellogg School of Management and the McCormick School of Engineering at Northwestern. But I started my career in neither of these disciplines. I started my career as a physicist. I was brought up as a physicist. I did my undergraduate in physics. I did my PhD in physics. Following all the typical trajectory where I did my undergraduate in China, and then I wanted to do my PhD in the US, and I was determined to be a physicist until when I was doing my PhD. That's like around the time before Mark Zuckerberg was called Mark Zuckerberg, but it was around the time when all this data about human behavior and social sciences become available. So that's where I started to think about, okay, why don't I apply what I learned in physics to understand social systems that involve humans? So that's where started this journey, and then I went to, after PhD, I actually went to IBM Research, the TJ Watson Research Center, to help them think about a big data initiative. And so that gets me a little bit further from physics to computer science, but and then I now teach in the business school and engineering school. So it has been a exhilarating journey for sure. So yeah.
Absolutely, Professor Wang. That was a really good overview. And the area of physics that you have been exploring, and one can argue you have never stopped exploring that, complexity systems, is quite an interesting area. And the most recent Nobel Prize in Physics can be ascribed in an overarching manner to the study of complex systems. That's what the citation read. And we had some giants like Giorgio Parisi being up there on the stage. So one can say the physicist in you has never left you, even though you have switched tracks to computer science and now to management school, but you are still a physicist at heart, isn't it?
Thank you. I now call myself a recovering physicist when I go to places. So thank you very much. And yes, it is absolutely amazing year for physicists, especially physicists who are interested in the area I'm interested in. That complex systems finally got recognized very deservingly by the Nobel Prize, and everybody is very excited about this. And I do think, if we think about the latest insights in the science of science, we have evidence to show major prizes have this potential to change the trajectory of a field. So one can only hope that will happen for complex system as well going forward. So.
Absolutely, as you remarked, it was a much belated recognition, to be honest, especially for Giorgio Parisi, who has made some really fundamental contributions in the whole study of complex systems across diverse fields and all. And coming to your book, you talked about prizes, and therefore to jump right in, you talk about how increasingly most of science is being done by large number of teams across fields, whether it be biology or computer science, AI, or gene editing and all. It's teams that are big teams that are driving these collaborations, that are giving us further insights and all. So in terms of that, do you think it's long overdue to sort of change the way the major prize systems work, where it's typically the individual whose contribution is honored, and typically in cases like the Nobel Prize, there are these arcane rules like restricting it to no more than 3 people, as well as sort of like not awarding it to teams. The Nobel Prize in Sciences was never awarded to institutions and teams. So do you see some sort of reckoning is required for these big prizes to better recognize the way science is done in a modern day world and better send out a message to the public at large?
That is a great question, and I believe that's been an active debate overall throughout the scientific community. The overarching question is whether the recognition in science should keep pace of how science is changing. One of the most fundamental changes that happened over the past century has been this precipitous growth of large teams. People are working in larger and larger teams. So in some sense, 100 years ago, when Nobel Prize started, it wasn't issue, it was well designed, if you have only 3 people, and that's roughly the prototypical type of teams back then. And today, when LIGO won the Nobel Prize 2 years after the discovery, it had the paper published in PRL had more than 1,000 authors on it, right? Yet we only award to 3 people and only 3 people. I wanted to first fully caveat this by saying, if you ask everybody who that 3 people should be, and people all agree that should be the 3 people. So we are giving, in this case, the right people who should get recognized. But the larger question remains is that, the LIGO experiment basically built this 2 arms of 4-kilometer long tunnels that housed in the ultra high vacuum that detects a variation that's a trillionth of an inch, right? So this is definitely not a 3 people can dig that hole. There's just no way that could happen. So it's very clear this is much bigger contribution across many years. I do believe so. There are 2 questions basically. One is, should we change the existing prizes that has its own tradition, and the prestige comes from with that tradition? And the second is, what about new prizes? I do believe the new prizes are moving into a direction that try to keep pace with how science is changing. For example, I think the Breakthrough Prize, for example, has been gaining a lot of recognition recently. It has been sort of started to think about how do we recognize teams instead of just individual contributors. And so I think the conversation has begun, and then just like about everything, change will come, but it will take time.
A really great answer out there, Professor Wang. And as you talked about, change is already happening, and it's really essential for these changes to come in, for these prizes, newer prizes like the Breakthrough, to be more recognized in the public eye, because at the end of the day, when the questions related to science funding come about, it's what the public thinks at large largely determines it. And to be honest, Professor Wang, what do you think about the current state of funding for science and academia overall? There are governmental institutions as well as private players. But again, you talk about the discrepancies associated with awards is also seen with grants and the way funding is doled out and all. So how can we build in a more equitable system that also acknowledges the trials and tribulations that underrepresented groups in academia have faced for far too long?
Yeah, absolutely. That is again another very important area right now for us to think about is how do we sort of optimize or just improve the efficiency of funding and make it more equitable and make it more impactful as well. To really give it to the people who need, and this is especially important when we think about funding risky innovations, which has high rate of failure, but if it succeeds, has a high return, right? So over and over, research shows that. But the risky type of ideas is very difficult to capture because ideas are uncertain. In the beginning, it's very difficult for the peer reviewers and panels to recognize that really has the outsized impact. Whereas, probably something that's more well developed will have a clear path towards showing an impact. So I think these are all the things that people discuss. And then there's also a very productive line of inquiry in thinking about whether the distribution of grants is, whether there's gender biases, whether there's biases in race, in other dimensions. And I think these are all important issues that we need to really understand. I think we're at a stage of finding new empirical evidence that systematically informs these debates. I think that's very important right now, is to uncover a set of very robust and systematic facts about the inequalities in funding, about how funding is impactful. And my own work, and including the ones that talked in the book, for example, I talk about a failure, you can also trace people who didn't get a funding versus people who got a funding and see how their career unfolds. And if you study them, you actually got very counterintuitive evidence. And then this sets of evidence then start to inform decision makers to think about, okay, then really with this evidence, how should we think about funding? The challenge right now in the field is that when you comes to policy changes, what you want to require is a causal evidence that ideally you want to come from a randomized control experiment. Now that immediately gets the problem with funding, because, giving funding randomly around the margin, it seems like a very clear path to understand what's the right way to fund science. But it obviously raises a range of ethical and other concerns that prevents us from really doing this very systematically. A number of groups right now, especially those in Europe, has been trying to push in this dimension, but the progress overall, understandably, is it's difficult to make a very rapid progress in this domain. So.
Absolutely. You have brilliantly laid out the challenges associated with building a more equitable system. And I'm reminded of a terrific excerpt in your book where you talk about the collaboration penalty for women. We have been talking about from the very beginning, we talked about how science is being done in larger teams, and some awards are moving towards recognizing the contributions of teams rather than certain individuals and all. But in your book, you mention how, especially in economics, women who were found to collaborate with men, their chances of obtaining tenure or obtaining grants and awards did not really increase. Rather, there was a penalty associated with it, and it was seen only the men benefited from these things. So that was another great point that you mentioned. So do you think like finding more empirical evidence to sort of change the system is what's required? Is there any brand radical new approaches that are required to sort of bring in more equity in terms of the way people get recognized and all?
Yeah, so that's so the economics example, was very unique and interesting example. This is one of those examples is once you discover the answer, you're like, that makes sense, because in economics, the authors are all perceived as equal contribution, almost all the cases. So they're just listing, for a lot of the papers, they list their name alphabetically, right? So there's it's not like the sciences where you have the first author and last author that carries the lion's share of the responsibility. And but for economics, it sort of is, when listing authors alphabetically, it makes the signal of who contributes more. And that allows the space for human biases. So that's why when female faculty collaborate on a paper, you see the chance for them to get a tenure almost doesn't improve. Whereas the male faculty who co-author on a paper, that paper still counts in terms of predicting the success of tenure. And that seems to explain a persistent tenure gap between female and male faculty. And one caveat here is that we don't really have evidence yet whether this will extend to other disciplines, precisely because I mentioned their publication norm. How do we list people on a paper is different from discipline to discipline. So I think it's important for us for the future work to sort of study more and think about if that has other disciplines has a similar issue. But more broadly, the issue of gender inequality, for example, in science, this is a very persistent issue, right? This is what people call leaky pipeline issue. And the leaky pipeline basically means every step along the way started, you step into grad school, and whether or not you graduate and then you go to postdoc or not, whether or not you'll be able to find a tenure track, after the tenure track, whether or not you can get tenure, every step along the way, we're missing women more and more through this pipeline, right? So this is a very, very important and critical issue right now for science, one of the most important issues. And, throughout this, there's more, this is a very heavily focused and very rapidly evolving landscape of research. For that reason, I only touched on this issue, but I haven't covered that. I have a chapter laid out to write, but I didn't include in this first edition, just because the evidence will continue to evolve. And then even just give you an example, after a book published, there was this very interesting paper, I think is going to be very important paper, not by me, it was by one of our colleagues from HBS, Harvard Business School, Ram Corning. He was the lead author. The paper was published in Science after my book was published. And I see that paper as a very, it's going to change the trajectory, how do we think about this issue, because he really pinned down something that's very, very critical in terms of thinking about, what's the gender inequality is translating into a social inequality in the following sense. So he looked at, women inventors versus male inventors. And then he looked at what do these people invent? And then what you find is that women inventors are more likely to invent for women. Women inventors are more likely to invent for diseases and health problems that are specific to women, such as menopause and other women-specific diseases. So what that means is that when you miss women inventors, then you're missing the medical innovations that would benefit half of the population. So to me, that's a very big step in the empirical evidence. How do we think about this issue? Is that this is not just a gender inequality in the ivory tower. The gender inequality in the ivory tower then distorts the knowledge that can be produced from the ivory tower, and then changes the composition of innovations in the world that will benefit men versus women differently. So I think this is where, if you take a longer view, we know that science and innovation is a fundamental engine for economic growth and all the sort of new innovations in society. Now, the gender inequality then within science will have a much far-reaching implication for the entire the entire population at large. So it's not just for scientists, this is a critical issue. I think for the whole society, this is a very critical issue.
Absolutely, Professor Wong. That was yet another brilliant elucidation of the problem and the necessity to combat inequality, gender inequality in science, because it has a significant societal impact too, and all. And coming to which, when we talk about science, we also invariably talk about the papers, the high impact papers, the subsequent citations associated with them, or the high impact factor journals and all. And you dedicate a significant amount of time in your book delving into these citation metrics, the so-called Matthew effect that can be subscribed to papers as well as awards, and both dependently on each other too and all. So coming to it, you are a physicist, as you talked about right from the beginning, and even now you are a physicist at heart. And physicists for the last 3 decades, have had access to the archive preprint server, something that was replicated only in the last decade in other fields, especially the life sciences, the medical sciences, and the chemical sciences and all. So what do you think about the rise of preprint servers, and also the necessity for open access to scientific research? Especially, this is a very persistent question, because recently the social media was ablaze with the new article processing charges to make certain papers open access in what one might call high impact factor journals. And it was a ridiculous amount of dollars, some $12,000, something that's 12 times India's per capita income and all. So in light of these things, what do you think about the necessity for open access science, and what place do you see these high impact journals occupying as science moves towards a more open access and equitable framework?
Yeah, no, this is another great question, and then it's also the very frontier of what we want to think about. Let me sort of talk about open science a little bit from an economics perspective. I'm not pretending to be an economist, but I hang out with a lot of economists. So economists will think about a framework as science is a public good. Okay, so the idea is that if you think about ideas or knowledge, it's a very interesting thing in the world. Just comparing with like a water bottle or a cup of coffee. These are very different types of goods, because the ideas or what science produces is what economists will call non-rivalry, and then sometimes not excludable. So the idea is that if I have the idea, then you can use the idea for free. You can use it. I can't prevent you from using it. Whereas if I'm drinking this cup of coffee, you can't use this cup of coffee. I'm going to drink it, right? So given all these characteristics of like ideas and knowledge, the economists will tell you that basically means there's going to be a market failure. The market is going to underinvest in ideas. Okay, so that means that if you really want innovation to thrive, you have to think about this as a public good. So analogy is to think about it as a park. The government built a park, and then people will visit the park for free. Okay, so I think that's kind of the overall idea. And science is a public good. So the idea is that the government largely, by and large, fund science, and then whatever science produced then can be used by the public, by everybody for free. Just like you think about a public park, you can just visit a park for free. So I think that's the core of thinking about, science needs to be open, and this needs to be just for science to flourish itself. we need to view this as a public good. In fact, our recent paper, and the ones very recent, still under review, actually provides systematic evidence to this idea of science as a public good in measuring the public uses of science and whether this corresponds to the public funding of science. And we see a remarkable consistency across a large, almost all the fields across sciences. So this idea is being sort of increasingly supported. And I think this will inform a range of debates in terms of the openness of science. And this is the idea of how do we make sure science will flourish, in recognizing that this will have market failure if we just let market determine which science would thrive. So now the second point I want to make about the preprints is that I think, let's draw the COVID-19 pandemic as an example, okay? So COVID-19 pandemic was very interesting. First, I acknowledge, this has been, has brought tremendous amount of hardship to everybody worldwide and their families and people they love, okay? So I want to acknowledge that, but at the same time, within science, it is a very interesting event because before 2020, you say summer of 2019, there is not a single human in the world studying COVID-19, okay? Because it didn't exist. In 2000, this hit and start 2020, so 2020, it hits and then it's a global pandemic. And the entire science, almost the entire science started to shift their aperture towards apparatus, towards understanding COVID-19, okay? So it is very interesting shift. In fact, if you look at all the publications in 2020, you will see about 5% of the global sciences were about COVID-19, okay? So that's a very dramatic shift. Now one question here is to realize a lot of this, because it happened so quickly, scientists were relying on preprint servers to communicate the latest findings and disseminate their research, okay? So that really facilitated the dissemination of latest results and get people to know each other's advances so they can build on each other faster. At the same time, it also raises a very critical question because everybody's learning this as we go, and the whole understanding of COVID-19 evolves very quickly. So that means the knowledge we produce will not all hold up, okay? So what that creates a very interesting dilemma is that on one hand, scientists want to get results out quickly, but at the same time, by putting these results in the public domain where everybody can access, before these results actually pass through the peer review, can actually decrease the credibility of scientific research in access that the public can access, okay? So this raises more high-profile issues when there are actually, findings that later proved wrong, which is, happens all the time in science. That's what peer review is for. So the findings later proved wrong, but has already been out there in the public and covered by the news media, and that creates a tons of issue when we think about how the public consumes science. At the same time, this is also an issue, especially in this era of social media with all the discussions of misinformation, fake news, etc. So our latest, so that prompted us actually study this issue and think about, whether this will be we're motivated by this concern. In our paper published earlier 2021, in Science, where we actually measured all the policy documents about COVID-19 and see what these policy documents cite in terms of the science that they use to inform their policy. And to our surprise and delight that, it turns out when it comes to a policy document, despite the abundance of research published in the preprint servers, we find that when it comes to policy documents, when people actually make decisions and the science they draw disproportionately come from high impact, respected, peer-reviewed venues. So that sort of, I think, lessens the concern a little bit, is that, when it comes to policymakers, they are relying a lot more on the papers actually pass the peer review rather than just relying on the preprint servers. So hopefully that will give us, the ideal case is that this will give us a platform that has, both, benefits on the good things on both ends, right? On one hand, it gives us, a rapid access to the latest knowledge. On the other hand, the peer-reviewed journals still act as very important institution in, elevating the credibility of scientific research.
Absolutely, Professor Wong. That was yet another terrific overview of how the rise of preprint servers has truly revolutionized science, especially in light of the COVID-19 pandemic you talked about, and the concerns of sort of unvetted or lack of peer review, sort of unsubstantiated research can be sort of laid to rest based on the points you made and all. And coming to it, you have talked a lot about science as a public good and all. And yet we have come quite far from the times when Newton would pass off as a natural philosopher. But today, someone practicing science, it's not really possible to do that as a natural philosopher. And more importantly, to have your contributions taken seriously rather than dismissed that of being just a crackpot sort of espousing conspiratorial theories and all. So how do you think we can sort of make science more equitable, lessen the barriers for people to sort of explore their own scientific curiosity? And in this light, what do you think about the social outreach and the public outreach needed by the scientists to communicate their own research and science to the general public?
Yeah, I think I think COVID-19 is creating a very high stake opportunity for scientists to think about how to communicate with the public. And I think overall, it's a much more, it's a very complex issue if you think about it. On one hand, every scientist agree we should all communicate more with the public. At the same time, we also know not all scientists, while they're really good at doing science, are good at doing the public outreach. And then, this is further complicated by the fact that, science institutions have not evolved further enough to accommodate how do we reward and recognize people with science outreach, and if not, penalize them already, right? So I think this is a very complex issue that the whole ecosystem needs to all evolve together in order to have more and more fruitful science communications from scientists themselves, right? And so that's my sort of immediate thought on that issue. And then going back to your comment about Newton and back then, and I think one view here, just using his own metaphor, his metaphor about standing on the shoulders of giants, right? So what happened from Newton to now is that this giant has grown much taller, okay? And it's growing taller at a remarkable rate. In fact, if you look at the scientific knowledge production in terms of number of papers published or number of books published, no matter how you look at it, over the past century and more, science has always followed an exponential growth pattern, only interrupted by the two world wars. In fact, it's always been very remarkably robust growth trajectory in science. So what that means is that today's scientists would have a much more knowledge in front of us, okay? So this on one hand is a good thing because you have more knowledge. If you're, I just bought Christmas, the Santa brought my kids a bunch of Lego pieces, and you realize you have more Lego pieces, then you can build a lot more things. So you have more knowledge, then you can combine them in more interesting ways. So on one hand, it's a good thing, okay? On the other hand, it is also a bad thing for scientists, in the sense that, the idea of standing on the shoulders of giants, now I'm using the Caesar's theory proposed by my colleague, Ben Jones, is this idea of burden of knowledge, right? So the idea is, in order to stand on the shoulders of giants, a scientist must first climb a spike. Okay, the taller this giant, the longer is the climb. Okay, if it takes longer for you to actually stand on the very frontier, and everybody will have roughly the same, we want to innovate early in life, then the time for you to innovate would become sort of more and more delayed. In fact, if you look at all the greatest inventors in the 20th century, or all the Nobel Prize winners in the 20th century, you see over a century, this time for them to make their breakthrough has increased by about 6 years over the century. So people are also innovating later and later, and that has the broad consequent sort of implications for us to think about the entire innovation engine as a whole for the society, right? So I think that's kind of the view that people right now hold, is that this is what's really substantially different from Newton's era. And that basically brings together two changes that has been empirically validated. One is that because knowledge grows faster than anybody can absorb, in response, people grow more and more specialized. So the idea is that in order to get to the frontier within a certain time frame, within a reasonable time frame, such as 5 or 6 years to do a PhD, you have to be more and more narrow in order to get there faster. Okay, and if you look at this through the patent data, etc., people have shown, especially Ben Jones, has shown that this is indeed true. People are less and less likely to be jumping further away through their consecutive inventions. So this is the idea of there is no Renaissance man anymore. So everybody is very specialized. And the second trend that this would bring about is something we were discussing, and we can talk more, is that people will pair up more and more often. Okay, so people work more and more in teams. And this is a very clear trend that throughout the sciences we're observing. But what's interesting here is to think about, if the burden of knowledge makes people want to work more and more, that would mean that people are working in teams not because they want to, but because they have to. They're crippled by the amount of knowledge there is. Now they almost have to work together in order to make substantial advance. So this is sort of, I think, the overall view right now in the literature around this issue. Yeah.
Truly, Professor Wong, you made some really prescient points out there and all. And as we talked about science and the role, so we talked about Newton and all. And in this, we also need to talk about the unfettered access to explore one's curiosity. When we talk about science, especially in light of COVID-19, many quickly think of the vaccines. And there is this sort of understanding that the vaccines were developed in record time. And it all happened in a manner of a couple of years. Right as in January 12th or something, the spike protein was uploaded in the open access genomic server. And in a week's time, Pfizer and Moderna had their vaccine design blueprints and all. But what goes unnoticed is the enormous amounts of fundamental science that has been typically funded by public institutions like the NIH for the last 3-4 decades that were crucial in helping us make these mRNA vaccines in record time and all. So especially in this regard, as we talk about revolutionary technologies like gene editing or artificial intelligence and all, how do you think one can make the case for sort of funding more blue sky research and all, something that underlies these revolutionary technologies, but isn't really sort of apparent to the public right at the first glance, and something that sort of conflicts the way science is funded and all? Because across the world, right from countries like India to the US, there is a significant push by people calling the shots towards funding more applied science, more of these hotshot technologies. But in this scenario, how does one make the case for the continued need to fund fundamental blue sky research?
Yeah, absolutely. I fundamentally hold this view, and I'll give you a couple of examples to think about this. It is correct that this vaccine development during COVID time is a remarkable achievement. It's unprecedented, I believe. I don't think there's been this rapid development. And this is the first time that mRNA being used for vaccine as a technology, right? So, and it's just spectacularly successful when you think about how the vaccine is working right now. So, but this didn't come from nowhere, right? So this mRNA vaccine didn't come from like, okay, 2020 is the year we're developing mRNA vaccine, and then by the mid-year we got it. That didn't happen. It started back to several decades, when, Dr. Carrico, for example, and others were working at Penn, University of Pennsylvania, that started to think about this sort of fundamental sciences in thinking about mRNA, right, as a potential therapeutic and other applications. And for the longest time, they didn't quite get it to work, right? And then before COVID, they were also testing mRNA vaccines for other things. They didn't know COVID is coming. And then as they were testing for it, and then COVID comes, that also enabled them to rapidly pivot, okay? So that has several implications I want to discuss, okay? So first is to think about this remarkable lag between the fundamental sciences and the application, okay? So this is a ongoing area of inquiry. One thing I touched very briefly in the book is if you think about one of my favorite paper is a 2018 paper in Science Translational Science. In that paper, the authors did a very manual process in that they look at, in the 20th century, the 25 most transformative drugs in the world. Okay, so these are the 25 life-saving innovations. Okay, saved countless lives. Okay, this includes the familiar example like a statin, like to lower your blood pressure and so on. Now they traced for each of these drugs, they start to interview experts and say, what are the fundamental scientific advances that eventually lead to this drug? For the statin, then is a famous example, leads to 1976 paper by Goldstein and Brown, who later won the Nobel Prize for discovering the LDL, which is the bad cholesterol that people talk about, your doctor tell you about. Now, look at all these most transformative drugs, you look at, okay, between the scientific discovery to the FDA approval of drugs, you see on average, that's about 35 years, 35 years. Now, that is the remarkable lag, okay? So that tells us, for a long time, we will not know, eventually will save us lives, will save us from, millions, if not billions of lives, but for a long time, we will not know its practical application, okay? So, and at the same time, at the time of discovery, you actually may not know, when this will be applicable and how this will be applicable, okay? So that's one idea of this remarkable lag is that at the time of discovery, you won't know, it's very uncertain, you won't know that what this will enable, okay? So just like, the Wright brothers invented be able to fly, initially fly. So the Wright brother achieved something remarkable in that it made an object that's heavier than air being able to fly, okay? And only fly for 100 meters, for example. But that concept 60 years later is what enabled us to land on the moon. So I think, but at the time of discovery, it's very difficult for you to anticipate when this will pay off. But second implication of this is that, unless you actually have the technology ready to go, when you need it, it will take a long time for you to actually invent this, okay? So if we didn't have mRNA vaccine, we would not have the vaccine. We're already inventing mRNA vaccine for some other things. When COVID comes, we will not be able to do it, okay? So this is where what we call, in a recent study, we're studying called a great pivot. We're looking at how people pivot from their research to COVID-19. And that leads us to learn something really interesting. Is this idea around human capital. Is that the ones who really successful in solving the COVID crisis were the ones already well positioned to solve it beforehand. So this means if you want to position human as a species to anticipate emergent threats and crises, you need to have a sort of being prepared. So the Pasteur says chance favors a prepared mind. But in this case, it's because chance favored a collective mind that needs to be prepared, okay? Because it means the entire science, we need to take an ecosystem view that allies, because we don't know what the new threats will be, what new crises will emerge. So if we want to truly be prepared, we actually need to place all the bets and facilitate all the areas, even if in some areas we don't know how they will pay off. Because when the crisis happens, it will take a long time. If we're not already prepared, it will take a long time for us to come up with something that actually is useful, okay? So I think that's kind of the two implications I see as this remarkable lag that we really need to think very carefully about in terms of funding, not just applied science, but also basic science. I think both are important.
Absolutely fantastic points out there, Professor Wong. And you have made some really prescient points that are especially important to take note of as we sort of see the answer lies in sort of fundamental science discoveries that were made long ago that only spurred the applied science innovations, especially in times of crisis and otherwise too. And so with this is a book talk on your fantastic book, The Science of Science. So what really motivated you to write this book, to delve into the science of science? And how did you go about writing the book? You had a co-author, so did you take bits and pieces and you all wrote individual chapters and it all came together in the end? Or did you have some other approach to writing a book with a co-author and all? So how did this all journey to your book come about?
So the book is with Lázaro Barabashi, which is a longtime collaborator and friend of mine. So we together worked on several many different projects. So we have very good working relationship already. So I think that sort of really helps in terms of this very close relationship in sort of writing together. So we have a very cohesive view on what the literature is about and really help us to put our heads together and collaborate on this. And it's always, I always say, it's like always a great experience to work with Lázaro and so on. So it's been a great, I think it's a great cultivation of many years of our relationship to this book. When I get into this, I want to say sort of, when I started this research, a lot of the questions I was asking myself were actually self-serving in a sense, because, I started out, as a graduate student and getting my PhD. So it's a very early career researcher. So I started to have these questions just about my own profession. Say, if I want to succeed in my own profession, I want to know, what are the successful things people have done? What are the patterns underneath the successful careers? When do they do their greatest work? Now, how do they select collaborators? How do they collaborate with each other? What's the recipe of thinking about a great paper? Why a paper gets really great, highly cited? Is this about their very novel or not? These are the set of questions I think every early career researchers would like to know. And I think, that sort of began as sort of as an inquiry. But one thing I want to highlight is, the book is called The Science of Science. But so this is about turning the scientific methods and curiosities on science itself. But this is not a new idea, right? This idea goes back to, at least mid 20th century. There's a huge number of highly influential giants, including, Robert Morton, the sociologist of science, thinking about the idea of Matthew effect. The Solar Price, the physicist turned historian of science, thinking about the idea of power laws, invisible college, etc. Or Harry Zuckerman, another, sociologist of science, thinking about Nobel Prize winners, or Thomas Kuhn, for example, thinking about the paradigm shifts, or Eugene Garfield, thinking about science citation index. At least go on and on, right? So the question is, what's so new now? Why does this what is so new today? I think basically there are two things, right? One is this massive amount of data that we now have that these giants didn't have the luxury to have in their time. And this amount of data in science is becoming available in a truly remarkable rate. In the sense that if you look at the literature, you will realize every year there's some new data that become available that you didn't think it was possible just a year ago. It was true this year, it was true last year. The past couple of years is always like that. There's always new data become available, and all this new data, as I mentioned, will enable us to uncover new empirical evidence to inform key issues around science, right? I think the second force that's really making today's this science of science flourishing is a range of high impact tools that are really useful to help us make sense of this data. So this includes complexity science, as we mentioned, includes network science, but also includes artificial intelligence. All these tools that are now being invented that come together that really help us fully exploit the potential of all these data sets. So in the sense that if we had this data 20 years ago, we probably wouldn't know what to do with them because the tools are not there. But today, the cars are driving itself, and all these tools are now becoming available for us to actually use and make sense of all this data. So I think that's where together, when we combine, we're building on this fundamental school of thought on understanding of science over the past, a century, a half a century, but infuse them with this new two elements of data and tools that really enable us to start understanding science in a way perhaps we couldn't, many, many years ago. So that's kind of where I think is really interesting. And this is where, going back to my initial comments on why we're writing the book, is that, when I was thinking about who is the audience of the book, okay? So, I think this is where we actually, truth be told, we wrote two versions of the book. And the first version never saw the light of the day. What you're seeing is the second version where we script everything and rewrite everything. So the idea is that initially we're thinking about, okay, we're writing a book, so we're writing for people who are working in our field. Okay, so that's the initial way of thinking. But if you have read a book, you realize that's not the case for this version, because the idea here is that, the insights, just like when I was young and I started by thinking about these questions, hoping to help my own career, what we realize is that what the science of science community has to offer is not just some scientific findings, but that these findings have fundamental implications for scientists and science decision makers to try to better the outcome of their own scientists as well as their collaborators. So I think that's where we hoping this book will help, is that by giving you a systematic set of facts and the insights inferred from a set of models and understandings of science will help us better understand, the fashion that we all share, which is science. Mm-hmm.
Truly, Professor Wong, having read the book over the past fortnight or so, it has been a really pleasurable experience. And you also direct the Center for Science, Society and Innovation at Northwestern University. So what exactly is the sort of research interest that you all have over there? Is it something sort of mirrors that of the rationale behind your book and all? And how exactly do you promote interdisciplinarity between sets of researchers across different schools of thought?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, at the center, we're really hoping that we create a more interdisciplinary environment for us to think through the issues around science and innovation. And this means, in terms of researchers, we're very different. There's people from hard science backgrounds, such as applied mathematicians, computer scientists, or physicists. There are also people from social science backgrounds, such as management or political science, etc., or psychology. So all of these people come together. I was hoping that we all bring different perspectives But at the same time, we also wanted to enable a very collaborative environment. So everybody come together and they bring their different perspectives. So hopefully by combining these diverse approaches, that will allow us to attack bigger questions faster. So that will be the overarching hope. And at the center, I think we're very simple. There is a very simple way of thinking about this. So the center is called Center for Science of Science and Innovation. The idea, I think, is very simple, is to realize, when I look back to the past 100 years, I think about what has been most important for humanity. And the answer has always been, I think very few things have done more for humanity than science and innovation in terms of improving human conditions. We really achieved a remarkable progress over the past 100 years in terms of improving human conditions. Now, our bet is that, going forward, in the next 100 years, the role of science and innovation as the fundamental engine for economic growth and prosperity will only become more important. So the idea is that now, I think at Northwestern, we feel like now there's an opportunity to think about it in a fundamentally new way of thinking about how do we approach science and innovation. So the idea is then, can we think about the question of how do we foster innovation that would improve the quality of life and the standards of living over the next 100 years. So I think that's an overarching question we're asking ourselves. And the hope is that with all these data sets and the tool sets, combined with the social science thinking, maybe we can provide something that's useful in thinking about this question.
Truly, Professor Wong. And you talked about the ubiquity of science in our daily lives and the high impact it has had over the last century. And it will continue to go on as we talked about revolutionary technologies and all. So lastly, what are your thoughts on the role of public engagement platforms like the India Science Festival? And how has it been your experience attending ISF over the past few days?
Oh, this has been the first time I'm involved in this event. I feel really honored to be involved in this, and I think I'm really impressed with what you guys are doing, and this is a truly fantastic experience. And hopefully I'll be able to engage more, and at the same time, hopefully we'll be able to engage with the especially audience in India in thinking about this issue. And just a quick plug, by the way, you can certainly buy the book from Amazon, but also the book is freely available through my website if you just search. We also wanted to make, so this gets into the idea of open science. So we really wanted to make sure everybody had a chance to read the book. That's first and foremost the most important. Now, second, I wanted to sort of mention is, also I believe the Hindu translation version of the book is still up for grab. So if you're interested, please get in touch. We would love to bring this book to benefit more of people in the country. So hopefully that will help. We all think about the sort of science, how to further science. Yeah.
Truly, and thanks a lot for engaging us over the past 1 hour in a really fantastic session delving into the science of science. And to all the listeners out there, I can't really recommend the book more. It has been a really surreal experience reading it and sort of gleaning in very interesting insights over the last fortnight and all. And with that, thank you, Professor Wong, for your time.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone.
So much, Professor Wang. This is, here's hoping that we get to host you at the festival once again in an offline setting. And here's hoping that you'll be with us in India, where you'll engage with all of our attendees on a closer level. And thank you for being a part of the festival and for talking about such a relevant topic. Congratulations to you and the co-writer of the book for putting together such a wonderful book. And here's just letting our attendees know that the link to the book is in the chat. So please do go look it up. And it's up for grabs in Amazon. So do feel free to buy it. And thank you so much, Professor Wang. It was an absolute pleasure. Thank you for your time. And
Thank you very much.
so much for carrying the conversation forth and for being so enthusiastic throughout. You've done your homework very well, and the questions that you posed were absolutely lovely. So thank you so much for engaging with us. A big thanks to both of you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
All right, and that brings us to the very end of today's sessions. We had some very interesting talks, panel discussions, fireside chats. And with that, we've come to the end. And I'm so glad that all of you have stuck by till the very end of this Sunday evening. It's 10 p.m. IST, and I won't take any more of your time. Thank you so much for being with us through the course of the festival till now. And I really hope that you will be a part of the festival in the coming days. We are on till the 23rd of January. The festival is themed around continuum. We're looking at where we've come from, where we're headed. We have a fascinating lineup of talks, panel discussions, workshops, contests, competitions, demonstrations lined up for everybody in the coming 1 week. So please do tell your families and your friends and your colleagues about the festival. Come join us in this massive celebration of science. All of our events are absolutely open to all. We would love for you to join us in this celebration of science. So please do join us at India Science Festival. This platform is all about bringing science closer to your lives. And we really hope that you'll engage with us in the coming 1 week. And of course,